Teresa,
Yes.
you can start.
Good morning. Welcome to the University of California System Wildfire Symposium. My name is Teresa Maldonado, and I am the System-Wide Vice President for Research and Innovation. My role at the university is to cultivate and advance excellence in research, research translation, demonstration projects, and commercialization, as well as to inspire innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship among the rich diversity of scholars across the 10 UC campuses, 3 Department of Energy national labs, UC Agriculture and Natural Resources, and UC Health. I'd like to begin by recognizing that the land on which the university stands is the ancestral home and traditional territory of Indigenous peoples. The Indigenous community of the Chochenyo Ohlone have thrived for thousands of years in Oakland, California, where the University of California was first established and where the UC Office of the President is located today. This land was and continues to be of great importance to the Ohlone people. Reflecting on how we continue to greatly benefit from the use of this land is important. Consistent with its values of diversity and public service, the university has a responsibility to acknowledge and make visible the university's history and relationship to Native peoples, their ancestors, and their land, past, present, and future. Before we begin this event, I would like to review some virtual housekeeping guidelines. Attendees will be muted upon entering and during the presentations. Attendees may ask questions using the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. Presenters will answer as many questions as time allows. Please refer to our website for FAQs, uckeepresearching.org/2021. The chat feature is disabled during the webinar. If you are experiencing technical difficulties, please email beth.kelman@ucop.edu or Zoom chat Beth directly. Closed captioning is available. You can enable from your own Zoom settings. And then finally, this meeting is being recorded and broadcast on YouTube. The event today is the third in a series of symposia on wildfire, in which we highlight how UC research can inform solutions for the state of California and the nation. In the first event, held on June 4th, we focused on the new report issued by the state of California entitled California's Wildfire and Forest Resilience Action Plan, which presents recommendations for holistically addressing fire prevention, mitigation, and adaptation. In the second event, held on July 28th, we focused on fires in the wildland-urban interface, or the WUI. These fires are the most destructive in terms of loss of property and, more importantly, loss of life. The focus today is on the disparate impacts of wildfire on society. In just a moment, we are going to launch our program by 2 very special guests, our University of California Board of Regents Chair, Cecilia Estolano, and the Honorable Zoe Lofgren, U.S. Representative of the California 19th District. Then throughout the agenda, we highlight other special guests, Assemblymember Richard Bloom, California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara, Dr. Frank Kanawa Lake of the U.S. Forest Service and USDA, and Secretary Karen Ross of the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Our agenda is as follows. We are going to open our event with the keynote session featuring Assemblymember Bloom, in which he will highlight the policy and political aspects of wildfire. Then panel 1, Commissioner Lara will kick off a session on the economics and risk issues impacted by a wildfire. And then we will have a 10-minute break. Upon our return, we will continue with panel 2, where Dr. Lake will be the lead discussant on exploring the cultural and scientific perspectives of wildfire. Then followed with panel 3, our discussion will be on the disproportionate impacts of wildfire, launched by opening remarks by Secretary Ross. We will conclude our event and discuss next steps. Now I am very pleased to introduce UC Board of Regents Chair Cecilia Estolano. Cecilia is the chair of the UC Board of Regents since July 2021. She was appointed to the board by Governor Brown in August 2018. Chair Estolano is the CEO and founder of Estolano Advisors, an urban planning and public policy firm. She is also the CEO of Better World Group, an environmental policy and advocacy firm. She has worked directly with public, private, institutional, and nonprofit clients to plan, finance, design, implement, and operate policy-driven programs and projects that promote sustainable solutions tailored for each community. She earned her bachelor's degree from Harvard Radcliffe Colleges, her master's in urban planning from UCLA, and her JD from UC Berkeley School of Law. Chair Estolano, welcome.
Great. Thank you, Teresa. I want to just welcome everyone to this third and final in our series of Wildfire Symposium. It is really a pleasure for me to just spend a couple of minutes welcoming you and telling you just how important this is to the Board of Regents. This type of convening where we're able to mobilize the very best resources and best research from our 10 campuses, 3 national laboratories, and our Division of Agricultural and Natural Resources really underscores what we've learned in that 150 years of building the best public university in the world is perfectly equipped to deal with a problem like wildfires that has so many facets, so many elements to it, that it takes a comprehensive approach and understanding. It takes a breadth and depth of research and analysis to really tackle it and provide practical resources and policy options to our elected officials and others. I also want to underscore the breadth and depth of participation here today. The fact that we have state and federal officials weighing in, spending some time with us today, really does underscore the importance of this issue. We here at the University of California are so very pleased to be a resource to our legislators, to our governor, to our state officials, to our members of the House of Representatives. We stand ready to help you craft the policies and programs necessary to meet this existential threat of climate change. We can do it in California because the University of California has been built and is ready to go and is ready to be your partner. With that, I want to turn it back over to Teresa so we can get started and learn more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Estolano, for those inspiring remarks. You have challenged us to forge ahead towards solutions. Now I am pleased to introduce the Honorable Zoe Lofgren. Unfortunately, we were notified by her office just yesterday that she got called into a Democratic delegation meeting. However, she took the time to prepare a video. Representative Lofgren has served in the U.S. House of Representatives since 1995, and she represents the 19th District in California, based in the capital of Silicon Valley, which includes San Jose and Santa Clara Valley. She serves on the House Judiciary Committee and the House Science Committee. He has been a tireless leader for California and the nation on a number of issues, including science and technology, where she has used her seat on the Science Committee to advance important research issues and funding. Considering the important topic we're addressing today, I want to especially highlight Congresswoman Lofgren's leadership in wildfire research. She has tirelessly worked to secure more federal funding for this crucial research area. Thanks to her efforts, the reconciliation bill that is moving through Congress will include funding for wildfire research spread across several science agencies. Additionally, she ensured that the continuing resolution, which helps keep the government running, also includes funding for this research area. With Congress hoping to complete work on several important bills this week, the Congresswoman is unable to attend in person. However, she was kind enough to record a video for us, which I am pleased to share with you now.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Just one moment, everyone.
I want to thank Vice President Dr. Teresa Maldonado, Chair Cecilia Estolano, and the UC system for putting this informative series of virtual symposiums together on California wildfires. And thank you for inviting me to make a few remarks during the final session. You know, the timing of this series is all too appropriate, and I appreciate this last symposium's focus on the economic and societal impacts of wildfires. Climate change has contributed to the frequency and intensity of droughts, wildfires, and extreme heat in California. This has in turn made quite a few other problems inevitable: water supply shortages, abnormally dry conditions, disrupted public safety power shutoff events, unhealthy episodes of particulate pollution, and irreparable destruction to property and wildlife. We know that extreme heat and exacerbated drought conditions result in more
And pardon the interruption, we can no longer hear the video, but I'll go ahead and share it. Colin, can you please make me a co-host again? This is Kelsey. And I will share the video once I'm a co-host. Thank you so much.
I want to thank Vice President Dr. Teresa Maldonado, Chair Cecilia Estolano, and the UC system for putting this informative series of virtual symposiums together on California wildfires. And thank you for inviting me to make a few remarks during the final session. You know, the timing of this series is all too appropriate, and I appreciate this last symposium's focus on the economic and societal impacts of wildfires. Climate change has contributed to the frequency and intensity of droughts, wildfires, and extreme heat in California. This has in turn made quite a few other problems inevitable: water supply shortages, abnormally dry conditions, disrupted public safety power shutoff events, unhealthy episodes of particulate pollution, and irreparable destruction to property and wildlife. We know that extreme heat and exacerbated drought conditions result in more dry, flammable vegetation and decreased autumn precipitation, creating a vicious cycle that has fueled some of the most destructive wildfires in our state's history. In the United States, we had the most active wildfire year on record in 2020. This was a result of very dry and warm conditions in the West. 10.3 million acres burned in the United States, which exceeded the 2000-2010 average by 51%. Additionally, the number of autumn days with extreme fires has more than doubled in California since the 1980s, so our annual fire seasons are now almost year-round. With this comes rapidly increasing direct and indirect costs of wildfires over the last 5 to 10 years. Beyond federal and state suppression costs and damage to physical structures, one must also factor in labor market disruption, health impacts of smoke exposure, and more. One large study of the 2018 California wildfires estimated a total cost of $150 billion when focusing on the broader impacts of these disasters. With records being broken each year and more people moving into the wildland-urban interface called WUI by the scientists, our prediction and preparedness models of the past have not stayed relevant. We need to change the way we think about, plan for, and respond to these extreme weather events. And we must do so with the most disproportionately impacted communities in mind. As many of you know, the Senate passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act in August, And here in Congress, we're working to draft a reconciliation bill to create good-paying jobs, address the climate crisis, and increase equity in our tax system to build back better. The bipartisan infrastructure framework would make a $50 billion investment in the resilience of physical and natural systems. The infrastructure framework also includes funding to help prevent and combat wildfires. It includes $5 billion for utilities and grid operators to move power lines underground, install fire-resistant technologies, and expand the use of microgrids. $3.5 billion for weatherization assistance to help fireproof homes and businesses. Nearly $3 billion for wildlife risk reduction efforts, including hazardous fuels reduction, controlled burns, forest restoration projects, and more. $600 million to increase federal firefighter salaries by up to $20,000 per year, narrowing the salary gap between federal and state firefighters, and to convert at least 1,000 seasonal firefighters to permanent year-round positions. The reconciliation package is still taking shape, but we expect to further build on some of these investments. And while all this funding is absolutely critical for the long-term outlook of the state, there are some policy changes we should be making simultaneously. We should look at specific investments in R&D along with coordinated data collection efforts to help minimize the damage from wildland and WUI fires. I recently chaired a hearing in the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee on wildfire science and R&D. Based on this hearing and working with staff and colleagues on the Science Committee, I will soon introduce a comprehensive authorization bill that will help us leverage the federal government's science agencies to identify and invest in R&D that will improve our preparedness, response, and resilience to wildfires. It would look to leverage public-private partnerships where it makes sense to improve coordination across agencies with state and local stakeholders and across disciplines. This will help to improve the translation of science to usable technology and information. The bill will also be the result of recommendations from various experts and stakeholders, including those in the UC community, and for that I thank you. This bill would codify, expand, and authorize new and existing programs at agencies like NOAA, NSF, NIST, NASA, and the EPA. Some examples include creating a National Weather Service Fire Weather Alert System, improving standalone sensors for micro-weather modeling, airspace management for around-the-clock use of drones and other aircraft, and technologies for nighttime suppression that's under work at NASA, creating a satellite demonstration program for early detection, also underway at NASA, collecting and updating data on WUI fuel and soil moisture levels, and standardizing the use of contracted planes for flyovers, establishing a National Ecological Observatory network at NSF, and identifying the health impacts of wildfire smoke based on various exposure levels. The ability to accurately anticipate, detect, monitor, and contain fires is largely dependent on the scientific information available and how accessible that information is. Additionally, members across the California delegation and our senators have been working on various legislative proposals. Those proposals include Senator Padilla's bill to improve FEMA's wildfire disaster response and recovery efforts, Representative Mike Thompson's bill to expand the wildfire and hurricane indemnity program for the coverage of crop losses, Representative Eshu's bill to establish centers of excellence for wildfire smoke, Senator Feinstein and Representative Panetta's bill to authorize conservation finance agreements for landscape-scale forest restoration projects, Senator Feinstein and my bill to waive the pay cap for federal firefighters and move toward a more permanent solution to our workforce challenges, and Representative Matsui's bill to fund undergrounding and other grid resiliency measures. The apocalyptic narrative of climate change and its impacts can at times have an almost paralyzing effect, making us believe that what we do is limited. It's true that reversing climate change and getting through the backlog of land management projects will take years to accomplish. But there are concrete steps that we can take now, and we must not lose sight of that. I believe now is the time for Congress and for our communities to make smart, targeted, and necessary investments in policy reforms. Now, I'm going to continue fighting to secure the appropriate authorizations and funding in Congress so that our federal science agencies, academic institutions, and the scientists they support are able to continue to build upon important and life-saving work. I look forward to hearing the UC experts and officials from the California State Assembly and the U.S. Forest Service further detail ideas in their respective panels to recognize, modernize, and expand our approach to wildfires. I want to thank you again for hosting this event and for inviting me to be part of it. And thank you so much for the efforts that you are making.
As you can see, and we're grateful for her remarks, we have a window of opportunity unprecedented. So we need to keep an eye on what's happening in Congress this week, in the next few weeks, and we may have an opportunity for funding and to really get organized towards solutions. Now I am very pleased to introduce our moderator for the keynote session, Alex Hall. Ken Alex, I'm sorry. Alex Hall, UCLA. Ken Alex, excuse me, who will then introduce Assemblymember Bloom. Ken is the Director of Project Climate at UC Berkeley Center for Law, Energy, and the Environment. Mr. Alex was a senior policy advisor to Governor Jerry Brown in California, the director of the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, and the chair of the Strategic Growth Council. Before joining the Brown administration, Ken was the head of the California Attorney General's Office Environment Section. My apologies, Ken. Let me turn it over to you.
Thanks, Teresa. One day I'll get a real last name, but for the moment, no problem. It's really a pleasure to be here, and thanks to everybody for joining the Wildfire Seminar this morning. And just as a reminder, we're going to have a Q&A session at the end of Assemblyman Bloom's comments. So if you have questions, please go ahead and put them in the Q&A as we go. So it's my great pleasure and honor to introduce Assemblyman Richard Bloom, our keynote speaker this morning. Richard Bloom was first elected to the 50th Assembly District in 2012, representing the communities of Agora Hills, Bel Air, Beverly Hills, Brentwood, Hollywood, Malibu, Pacific Palisades, Santa Monica, Topanga West, Hollywood, and West Los Angeles. So you get the idea. He is the chair of the Assembly Budget Subcommittee on Resources and Transportation, and that includes issues around fire and forest and resilience. So very knowledgeable on today's topic. Assemblymember Bloom considers his top priorities to be climate change, environmental protection, congestion relief with a focus on public transit, bike, pedestrian investment, and sub-regional connectivity job creation with a particular focus on the green economy, affordable housing, and homelessness. This sounds very familiar to some of the work I was doing. So prior to being elected to the California State Assembly in 2012, Assemblymember Bloom served on the Santa Monica City Council for 13 years, where he served as mayor 3 times and mayor pro tem twice. Born in Philadelphia, Assemblymember Bloom grew up in Altadena and West Los Angeles. He attended Fairfax High and the University of California, both at Los Angeles and Berkeley, and Loyola School of Law. He holds a BA in Communications and Public Policy, as well as a Juris Doctor degree. I want to particularly note and thank Richard Bloom for his leadership on multiple issues around wildfire and climate, and for his essential support for the Climate and Wildfire Institute, one of this year's initiatives to better integrate policy and science. And so with that, over to you, Assemblyman Bloom.
Well, thank you so much, Ken, for the very kind introduction. It's good to see you again. Thank you to the University of California for hosting this very important series. It's an honor to be with you this morning. And I also want to thank Vice President Maldonado, Chair Estolano, and particular thanks, although she's not listening, to, well, maybe she is, to Congressman Lofgren as a legislative budgeteer here in California. It's music to my ears to hear all of the potential funding that will be coming out of the federal government. We will put that money that comes to California to very, very good use here. Finally, I want to thank Shai Forbes, who is my budget consultant and is the person behind the curtain that makes everything happen with respect to the natural resources budget, and that includes all the issues that we're here to talk about today. She also helped put together this speech. So to Shai Forbes, thank you very much. Your contribution is invaluable. I finally want to thank each and every one of you who are attending today, who are researchers, who are academics. Your work is critical to what we do in Sacramento. And as a legislator and chair of the Assembly Budget Subcommittee that oversees funding for preventing and responding to wildfires, not to mention everything that relates to natural resources, energy, the climate crisis, and transportation, your work is crucial to all of our decision-making in Sacramento. From examining the science behind wildfires to investigating the effectiveness of policies to testifying at hearings, we could not make informed decisions without you. With a changing climate, your research is only going to grow more important over time. So, of course, every Californian is impacted by wildfire pretty much regardless of where one lives. Whether you live in a high fire zone, like many parts of my district, or adjacent to a high fire zone, or are an individual who's worried about losing one's home. Many people in the state today, beyond the immediate areas of fires, experience public safety power shutoffs throughout the state over the course of our year-round fire season. Many of us have to breathe smoke-filled air. And of course, the addition of carbon to the environment affects us long-term in very significant ways. While recent national politics describe this as a failure of California policy, we are starting to see record-breaking wildfires around the West that include Utah, Colorado, Washington, Oregon, and even Canada. And we know this is a worldwide problem, not simply a California problem. National media organizations are starting to take notice, in part because smoke has made its way all the way to the East Coast. As with so many issues, California is at the forefront of climate change and policy, including wildfires, and the research and decisions made today will likely spread across the United States. When most people think of politics, they think of entrenched interests that won't budge, whether that's competing political parties or advocates versus industry that perhaps don't want to change or don't want to change as rapidly as those of us in Sacramento might like to see things change. In Sacramento, the politics of wildfire can boil down to who benefits and the difficulty of changing the status quo. Our status quo right now is frankly an over-reliance on fire suppression. Now, let me try to drill down a little bit on that. In 1935, the Federal Forest Service created something called the 10 a.m. rule. What is that rule? It's that all fires must be extinguished by 10 a.m. the next day. Now we know how ridiculous that is today, and it probably seems bizarre, but the clear emphasis of the policy was to prioritize fighting fires and putting them out quickly, whatever it takes. There's little or nothing in this policy to prevent and mitigate wildfire. Well, in California, we have undertaken some prevention efforts, but the emphasis on fire suppression versus fire prevention remains the status quo today and is historically evident in our budget. Funding for CAL FIRE has grown from, and this is necessary funding, I want to be clear about that, has grown from $800 million in 2005-2006 to $3.4 billion last year. And this is, as I said, almost exclusively for fire suppression efforts. In fact, over the past few years, we've only been spending around $200 million a year on fire prevention. Fortunately, this is beginning to change. My subcommittee held a hearing in the fall of 2020 on the topic of prevention, helping to focus on the abysmal state of our prevention funding. And lo and behold, this year, thanks to leadership from the governor to the legislature, our budget dedicated $1.5 billion to wildfire prevention and forest health efforts. We also committed to spending at least $1.4 billion on prevention over the next 7 years to ensure stable, reliable funding that communities can plan for. But note that $1.4 billion over 7 years still only amounts to the same $200 million per year that we spent for a few years before 2020. The importance of that commitment over 7 years is the ability to plan for that money being available. So we know that we are going to need to spend much more money on the future on prevention, and budgeting requires choices. No matter, we're very fortunate to have a large budget surplus this year due to many factors, but principally the taking of capital gains on a widespread basis, and also a significant influx of funding from the federal government that's been extremely helpful in our budgeting this year. Making the right budget choices, though, relies heavily on the research that's provided by UC and others. That's going to help us decide how to derive the best value from our precious funds. Again, I want to be clear, I'm not advocating for reducing funding for suppression, certainly not at this time. Rather, it's critical that we increase funding for our prevention efforts. And we do that in the hopes that someday we will have less fire to suppress, and then we'll be able to dial back perhaps on suppression funding. As you all know, an important topic today is, at the symposium, is prescribed burns. The practice of carefully lighting backfires to remove accumulated fuel loads. By prioritizing fire suppression, we've allowed forests to develop these increased fuel loads, which, frequently accompanied by extreme heat and wind, creates the conditions for uncontrollable, months-long fires that blanket our state and our nation with smoke. So far in 2021, nearly 2 million acres have burned. Almost 1/2 of that is accounted for by the Dixie Fire alone. The focus on suppression of fires neglected the benefits of prescribed burns. More and more, we are recognizing that there's wisdom in the cultural fire practices of our native California tribes. So with this year's budget, we provided $20 million to incorporate tribal knowledge into our suppression and prevention practices. We've taken other steps as well. For example, we funded $20 million to establish a pilot program to address the financial liability associated with prescribed burns. Currently, entities that conduct prescribed burns are on the hook financially if the burn grows out of control. It doesn't very often, but when it does, it can be devastating. This liability is often too burdensome a risk, especially since there is no insurance available at the current time. So there's an understandable reluctance to take on that risk. The money for the pilot program will allow CAL FIRE and the Department of Insurance to design a program that considers the appropriate safety guardrails, risks, and financial costs that entities who do prescribe burns should face without being a barrier. So in regards to budget funding, the politics of wildfires in California can also whittle down to who benefits. As we decide where to spend dollars, each community that is at risk justifiably wants local projects funded. So for example, as a representative of Santa Monica and Southern California, I advocate in a way that hopefully ensures that we not neglect the unique wildfire risks and conditions in Southern California, because every region of the state has its own ecology and characteristics. While Northern California has dense forests that burn easily as accumulated fuel ignites under drought conditions, Southern California has over half the state's population, and wildfires here can quickly impact many people and put many homes at risk, but under circumstances that must be taken into consideration when planning the kinds of prevention efforts we're talking about. A good example was the Woolsey fire, ignited on November 8th, 2018 at 2:22 p.m. in Chaparral in the Simi Valley, that was then pushed by 50 to 60 mile per hour Santa Ana winds and reached the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu the following afternoon, forcing the evacuation of nearly 300,000 people from 105,000 residences, resulting in hundreds and hundreds of residences being burnt down, and tragically 3 deaths. The bottom line is that it's important that we continue to study and set policy, but policy that is based on the unique risks and conditions that each of our communities face. As climate change continues to change our environment and intensify wildfires, we also need to make our individual homes and our communities more resilient. What does this mean? Well, unless we're going to tear homes down, then we should be protecting them from the ravages of fire. This means hardening our homes and community services via defensible space, planting trees that don't increase wildfire risk, providing backup power, and keeping smoke out of buildings by increasing insulation and air filtration. This year, our budget provided $25 million for home hardening and $100 million for community resiliency centers to ensure that all Californians have a place to go in climate emergencies. And as I mentioned earlier, in total, this year's budget provides an astounding $1.5 billion for fire prevention. 1/3 of that money was adopted in June in what we call early action, something we don't do frequently, but which allows for funds to be released and projects to begin almost immediately. This would have been back in June, which is exactly what has happened. Otherwise, projects would begin in January in the new fiscal year. So we get a head start by doing this. And clearly, we have much more to do. As we read about the majestic redwoods that are threatened with destruction, as we grapple with the loss of entire towns in the Dixie Fire, with fires burning all around the state and the Southern California Santa Ana wind season not even having begun yet. But I would point out the temperature in the San Fernando Valley, where I spent some time yesterday, was 99 degrees, and that heat wave continues. That clearly there is much to do, and with your help, we will find new best practices that will help us get there. With your encouragement, we will accelerate California's leadership on combating climate change that is so essential if we are to reduce extreme heat, drought, and other weather conditions that contribute to wildfires. Let us not forget that we have seen wildfires grow in frequency and intensity across the globe, not just here, but this has happening from California to Texas, from North America to South America, and from Australia to Israel. So we are all in this together, and I'm proud to join you in confronting the present and future implications of wildfire on our lives and on our environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Assemblyman Bloom. Really great remarks and raises, at least for me, lots of questions. But before I dive into any of those, we have a couple of law students from UCLA who have some questions for you. And we thought,
Go Bruins.
yeah, you got it all covered for UC.
You missed that I have a son who attended UCSB, so we really are a UC family, and that son, coincidentally, is now a Culver City firefighter.
Wow, that's fantastic. All right, so let's we'll break up the two of us on the screen, and we'll bring in Lisa Arbitman from UCLA Law School. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Ken. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you and Assemblymember Bloom and the rest of the panelists. I'll go ahead and ask my question.
Please.
During the course of our research in UCLA Law's Environmental Legislation Clinic, my project team and I learned about the ways wildfires and efforts to prevent them differ across the state's different ecosystems. The forested areas of Northern California and the chaparral ecosystems of Southern California don't always call for the same approaches when it comes to successful prevention and mitigation efforts. So how can we make sure that there are adequate resources and research devoted to deploying the right techniques in the right places? And I know you touched on this in your talk, so if you could just expand on that, that would be great.
Thank you for the question, Lisa. It is extremely important because it's not just the differences in forest types, it's also the difference in weather conditions and things like that. Wind-driven fires are much different than many of the other wildfires that we see. So it's extremely important that we pay attention to the individual ecology of the regions where fires occur and the weather conditions that tend to drive them. And in our budgeting this year, we actually included language to make sure that those considerations were part of the thinking as we allocate significant additional funding to, for example, the controlled burns that I think we will be seeing in greater frequency. So we believe those guardrails will help protect against the kinds of things that people, frankly, in my community in the Santa Monica Mountains are very concerned about, and that is that we not use the wrong strategy in a chaparral area. As residents here will tell you, they've seen it happen, and these things tend to expand very, very rapidly. And once a fire that is intended to be controlled becomes uncontrollable, it's very, very difficult and costly to bring it back under control.
I'll add that Alex Hall, who Teresa referred to in my introduction, does some work. He is at UCLA, and he looks at some of the differences between fires in Southern California and the Sierras in Northern California. So very relevant to what UC folks are doing as well. Thank you, Lisa. Let me now open it up to Shauna Strecker, also a UCLA law student. Hi, Shauna, go ahead.
Hi, happy to be here. So you introduced legislation this past session to support local government efforts to prevent and mitigate wildfires. Also, other legislation containing a similar focus was recently passed by the legislature. Could you say more about the importance of local government in wildfire prevention and mitigation, and how state resources can best be deployed to support local efforts?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Shauna. The history of California is largely the history of development. And in all too many cases, we have developed in areas that looking back, we probably should have thought about a little more carefully. And we've put many, many homes and some businesses directly in, if you will, the line of fire. So unfortunately, every time we see a wildfire, we tend to see many structures burning. Now that's due to a lot of factors, but part of it is that we've built in areas. Well, it's unrealistic for us to expect people to tear down their homes and to leave their considerable investments behind. So the next best thing we can do is protect those homes. Up until recent years, most of that protection has been provided by our fire suppression efforts. We call out the cavalry. We drop fire suppressant from the air. We bring in firefighters on the ground, and we do our best to put fires out. But also in recent years, we've learned that there are things like hardening our homes, eliminating wood-shake roofs, providing defensible space around homes. These are all extremely important strategies that have proven to be very successful in saving homes. There are foam products for people who can afford it that can be sprayed onto homes that can suppress fire as it comes through a particular area. Many of these things are best considered and applied at the local level. So we have encouraged not just local governments, but local community councils, local fire safe councils to be formed and implement these very important strategies. So this is an important budget priority for us at the state level, but it's something that in many cases is best implemented at the local level.
Thank you, Shauna. Excellent questions. Now I guess it's my turn to some extent, and if people have questions, feel free to put them in the Q&A. One question that we've received, Richard, is why not invest in biorefineries? And let me add a little bit to that. There are something like 200 million dead trees in the Sierras, which is truly, if you, like me, grew up in California and visiting the Sierras, it's pretty devastating to see when you drive through them now. But that's an incredible mass of dead and dying trees, which pose significant risk. And so one strategy is to use that, at least some of that material, to run biorefineries, to generate biofuel, to run local power plants. It's controversial, and I'm wondering what thoughts you might have about whether it's a solution at all, and what other issues you might see with it.
It is controversial, and it is a big issue. When I first arrived in Sacramento in 2013 and became chair of the budget subcommittee, we immediately began to grapple with the bark beetle infestation, which is one of the main causes of the tree die-off in the forests of California, and it is a considerable amount of damage, and those dead trees have contributed to the spread of many wildfires. The issue you're referring to is one that there is concern over the environmental cost of versus the benefit. There certainly is a benefit that can be calculated, and this is one of those issues, Ken, I think that we really can use the help of our academic researchers, all of whom may not agree on this issue, but this is the kind of important academic debate that can contribute ultimately to the resolution of the issue in the best way possible in the legislature.
Okay, let me ask you what I think is a really difficult question, at least for me. one of the, we have three major public utilities, and their lines go through forest areas. PG&E in particular has thousands and thousands of acres of forested areas, and their lines, as we've seen, unfortunately, for many years, have caused a number of fires.
Yeah.
We have a legal system that does something called inverse condemnation. So even if the utility is not negligent, simply running their lines causes a fire, they, and to a large extent their ratepayers, and to maybe a somewhat lesser extent their shareholders, are on the hook for the cost of property damage. That's called inverse condemnation. It's a reverse taking in essence. And that has remained on the books in California and put PG&E at some point into bankruptcy, and puts the utilities at some financial risk, makes the ratepayers and to some extent the shareholders guarantors. So sorry about the long wind up to the question, but I'm wondering if you think the legislature is going to confront inverse condemnation, if you have thoughts about whether it's an appropriate policy, anything else you'd like to say about it?
Well, I don't see the legislature. We haven't done it yet. It is not the liveliest topic of conversation in the legislature. I certainly think that at the administrative level, the administration frequently begins dialogues on issues like this if there's an interest in moving policy forward. So it's something that we could be considering. But you're absolutely right that ignitions that are related to power line failures and the like are still all too common. We do know that there's both liability from those fires that are caused by utility lines being down and foliage not being properly cut back and that kind of thing. But we know that there are also strategies that can be used to help prevent that from happening. And those investments are being made on a much larger scale today by the utilities than ever before. And I think we have SDG&E actually was at the lead and showed us that programmatically improvements could be made. Southern California Edison has followed suit, and now PG&E as well. So over time, we would hope that these circumstances will improve due to these increased and much more structured efforts than we've had in the past.
So we have Cecilia Estolano back on screen. So Cecilia, you had a question for Richard.
Thanks, Ken. I'm just taking the prerogative of the board chair, and this is a great
Perfect.
opportunity. But Assemblymember Bloom, you've been such a champion here. You noted one area in which, on the biorefineries question, USU might be helpful in helping to inform the debate. I'd like to ask you, you're at the thick of it. Where might our researchers, faculty, students be helpful to you? What are some pressing issues where UC could dive in with policy analysis data that might help you frame up some good programs and policies coming up in this area?
I think Congresswoman Lofgren alluded to best practices, new science, evolving equipment. I believe there are a lot of things we can do to improve both suppression and prevention efforts. We still today rely very heavily on the same things that historically we've relied on. And I don't think that's going to change significantly, but that's human power on the ground. It's air power from above. We frankly are in what I think are the initial stages of becoming technologically sophisticated in our response on these issues. Again, when I arrived in 2013, I learned that our helicopter fleet, the helicopters that are used to fight fires in the state, were Vietnam era helicopters. We had run out of spare parts. I think there were only 1 or 2 spare engines at that time. These were helicopters that couldn't fight fire at night. They had no night time capability at all. We were until recently heavily utilizing a 747 to drop payloads, which was a very it looked good to people, but it was a very inefficient and frequently ineffective way of fighting fires because these planes can't make tight turns and so forth. So improving our capacity to fight fire while developing new technologies that will help us prevent fires, I think are right at the top of the list of the kinds of things that our UC partners can be helpful with. We have to develop new best practices as we see year after year wildfires out of control and increasing in terms of the acreage, the number of people who are harmed and die, the environmental cost to the state. Just thinking about this in macro terms of climate change, we're spending billions and billions of dollars, as we must, in addressing climate change. And every time a wildfire burns out of control, carbon goes right back into the environment, and in essence sets back those efforts that we and those advances that we're making on climate change.
So one comment before I ask you another question. You know, one of the things that UC folks and others are looking at with both the Dixie and the Caldor fires, there were quite a lot of treatments in the area, particularly in near South Tahoe. And so one of the things that I think people like Scott Stevens and John Battles at UC Berkeley are looking at is to see how those treatments worked. And there is at least some initial evidence that they were effective in helping keep fire from South Tahoe. So I think we'll see a lot of effort around, you know, what strategies and what treatments on the ground are effective. And that's a place where, you know, I'm hoping UC and other researchers can have an impact as well.
Yeah, I think that's important, Ken. I can't begin to tell you how many people come to talk to me with a product that they believe will be very helpful in addressing wildfire. And I'm very incapable of evaluating those products. And CAL FIRE does do some of that work, but I think that our academic capacity to do some of that work should be grown as well.
Okay, so we have a couple of questions about local communities. You mentioned funds for local hardening. How do local communities, how are they able to access those funds? And then kind of on the flip side of it, where fires have funds for rebuilding, particularly in lower income areas?
Through local cities and counties primarily. And that's true for almost all these efforts. I can't speak specifically to how to access funding for rebuilding for low-income communities, but I can get that information and get back to folks.
Great. Likewise, we can look into that as well. There was a question earlier I saw in the Q&A. we talked a fair amount about suppression, but there's also clear cutting that took place and to some extent still takes place, but primarily in the past. Do you have any sense of, whether those actions, led to additional fire issues and are causing some of the fire problems?
Well, the answer would be yes, to the extent that in the past, indiscriminate clear cutting was not a best forest management practice, far from it. And if the trees that grow back are such that they're going to burn more easily in a wildfire setting, then that's obviously not a good thing. Our forest management practices have evolved and are much better today than, and we know a lot more today than we knew back in those clear cutting days. And so there is a lot that we can do in terms of thinning out forests, making sure that the understory of growth doesn't remain. So many places where we've suppressed fire over the years, we've seen growth that would normally be cleared out by smaller fires. Those smaller fires are put out, and so the growth continues to be there. And if we don't go in and cut out some of those smaller trees and shrubs, some of the chaparral and chaparral prone areas, if we don't clear out some of those in well-selected areas, and if we don't do that in a organized and scientific fashion, then you're just leaving fuel on the ground. And that's why we see many of these fires that burn out of control for so long, so hot, and create so much widespread damage.
So sort of the flip side of that, I don't know if you mentioned this or not, but I think there's some funds for additional reforestation. And that has also become a controversial topic. There are those who argue that we should just let the forest regrow at its own pace. And there are those who argue that that would devastate the forest. So I'm wondering, first, is there any funding that is in the budget for reforestation efforts? And if you know, and if you have any thoughts about reforestation policy?
There is, I think, a total of $11 million in the budget, as I'm looking at my chart for reforestation. Again, these efforts need to be driven by science, and in the past, these kinds of reforestation efforts were more an effort just to get something back in the ground than anything that was significantly science-based. And so this is a place where we should be relying on our academic community to provide us with information about what practices have been beneficial in the past, and so that we can employ those, but we can eschew those that have been counterproductive.
Well, here's a relatively straightforward question. Is there any money for utilities to bury their lines?
There is. I can't tell you exactly how much. This is a very, very expensive proposition. And so it's not likely that we're going to see a lot of that. When we do employ it, it should be certainly when we're rebuilding, for example, the town of Paradise, utility lines should be buried in a place like that, or at a minimum, hardened. So there are an alternative to burying utility lines something that we see happening in the Santa Monica Mountains, which is instead of wooden poles that, for example, burned down in the Woolsey fire, instead of replacing them with wooden poles, they're being replaced with metal poles that will not provide fuel for future fires, and that will obviously be much more resilient.
This is like a press conference. I get to jump around and throw things at you here. So let me switch gears a little bit.
Ken, it's the governor who has press conferences, not me.
Well, it's a warm up for future possibilities. So let me jump around a little bit and ask you about WUIs, which have been mentioned, the wildland urban interface.
Yes.
One of the challenges is that it's going to get harder and harder to ensure housing in those areas. And I'm wondering if that's something that you or the legislature is thinking about, and what you think about building, further building in WUIs. I mean, there's existing structures, which are one thing, and then there's additional building.
I'm laughing because this sounds like a question for Insurance Commissioner Lara, not.
But we'll give him time to think about it.
It is becoming harder to insure, and I think there are some very important policy issues to consider that I alluded to earlier. As we continue to expand our housing supply, as we must to address the ongoing housing affordability crisis that exists in the state. It's another issue that I've been very deeply involved in. But as we do that, we have to think about where we are locating that new housing. And frankly, most of our efforts are to do that in areas that will accommodate that are already accommodating a certain amount of density. We want to focus our development of new housing in urban areas that are near transit and so forth. The question arises whether we should be making it more difficult to build housing in the WUI, in our rural areas, where we know that these homes would be at significant risk for burning and wildfires. And one of the reasons for questioning whether we should do that is that when the home burns down, there's a cost. And insurance frequently pays for that, but insurance companies are not going to want to insure risks that they have absolutely no control over. So we can employ strategies. These are all things that we should be thinking about, because there's no conclusion to this. This is a debate right now. We can require higher building standards and require homes that will better withstand fire. And that's certainly technologically something that we can do and we know how to do. When homes are rebuilt in my area as a result of the hundreds of homes that were lost in the Woolsey fire, they are being built back to current standards. But that bears with it a cost. And so there was a mention earlier of legislation. We need to make sure that insurance companies are providing insurance benefits that are commensurate with the increased cost of building back these homes, if we're going to build them back in a fire-prone area, to that higher standard.
So I have a related question. I can't say I fully understand it, but I'll ask it anyway.
Hopefully I'll fully understand it.
Whether JPAs, joint power authorities, whether they're an entity that can help with the issues in WUIs. And well, anyway, that's the gist of the question that as it was written.
Well, I hadn't thought about it, but I was when I was in local government, I was the chair of the West Side Cities Council of Governments, a joint powers authority. I mean, there are many different kinds of joint powers authorities. Many of them are around transportation efforts and so forth. But our local councils of governments, I think, when to the extent they cover areas that are WUIs or rural areas, certainly could be active in implementing measures and policies that help with prevention and suppression of wildfire.
So there's now an agreement to try to treat 1 million acres a year. That's an agreement with the U.S. Forest Service in California and state CAL FIRE, et cetera. In the southern U.S., as I understand it, they treat about 5 million acres a year, and they've actually been much more effective than we have in California. Obviously, different forests, different, rain set of issues, but they've been held out as an example of some things that California should probably be doing. But it's not easy to treat that many acres, and it's expensive. And you mentioned in your talk that over the next X number of years, the budget is going to return to about 200 million a year. Do you see any potential to expand on that and to have more focus on treatment?
Yeah. First of all, I would say that $200 million, when it comes to the kinds of efforts we're talking about in this question, that's in conjunction with additional funding that the federal government spends on federal lands. I'm certainly not knowledgeable about what they're doing in southern states on this issue, but the environment there is much different than the California environment. I mean, we're talking about the Sierras and many other mountain ranges where the terrain is simply much more difficult. That doesn't mean we shouldn't be doing it, but I think it's in many cases likely more challenging. So that 1 million acres of California land, what strikes me about that number is that is roughly the equivalent of the acres that are burned in the Dixie Fire that's been burning for months. Obviously, California is a very, very large state, and 1 million acres, as much as it is still only a fraction of the amount of work that needs to be done here.
What, one of the things, this is probably more Northern California than Southern California, at least so far, but, it's been pretty controversial action by PG&E with now fairly common power shutoffs. And I wonder if the legislature, if you think is looking into that, is going to take up the criteria. I mean, the PUC has to some extent, but I'm wondering if you think that's in the legislative domain as well.
It certainly could be. It is a controversial topic. I think it's also something that's relatively new. The advent of this as a strategy comes out of our recognition in recent years that so many fires were resulting from these types of incidents where power lines would ignite nearby foliage, or foliage would be blown onto power lines and ignite. And so in order to try and reduce the amount of that, when and this is where science comes in, and where our emerging best practices are extremely important. The better we are at predicting the weather conditions, dry, windy conditions. What is the moisture content in the soil in the area? These are all things that contribute to these conditions that result in the need, or at least in the power companies doing these power shutoffs. And so the more scientific we're able to be about it, the more we're able to refine the practice and make it truly a best practice. We'll be able to do less of it and have it be more effective and more targeted. So I think we have to be a little bit, at least a little bit patient with this strategy, because it is relatively new. We're learning a lot about it. And I would predict that a few years from now, we'll be much better at it.
Let me ask one final question in the minute or two that we have left. You know, all of Californians are impacted by the air pollution from the smoke. And it really goes to the health impacts of fires and climate change. And I'm wondering if there's a resilience set of issues that the legislature may take up in terms of how communities deal with health issues that result from fire, and kind of are there strategies that communities need to integrate into their resilience work to help protect the public?
Yes, there are. And again, I think science and academia will help with this. But for example, there is some money in the budget this year for air filtration systems and the like. It's kind of a sad commentary on where we are today, that we have to think about what I grew up in the San Gabriel Valley. As you mentioned, it was a place in those years that was well known for its smog. And during the summertime, we had periods of time when we had to have low activity, and you could feel those days in your lungs. We've done a really good job of reducing many of the pollutants in our environment that were the cause of those circumstances then. Today, we have another enemy in addition to all of those things, and that is the smoke from wildfire, which is toxic, and as a public health issue is very, very widespread. And so we do have to address it, and we should be doing more of that in the future.
Well, Assemblyman Bloom, thank you so much. Really fantastic session, much appreciated, and I learned a lot. So thank you again, and let me turn it back to Teresa.
Thank you.
Great, and I add my thanks as well, Richard Bloom. That was fantastic. And Ken, and I'm glad we were able to fold in Alex Hall into your comments. So thank you both so very much. That was great. And I want to add that your last question about smoke, it doesn't stop at the border of California. That smoke has been going across the US. And so I just wanted to highlight that as well. Thank you both. So now we'll transition to our first panel. I am so pleased to introduce the moderator of our panel, Dr. Rod Lynn, who is the senior scientist at Los Alamos National Laboratory. He's also an adjunct professor at UC San Diego and an associate director for the Wildfire Lab at UC San Diego. Dr. Lynn is an expert in wildfire behavior modeling, atmospheric phenomena, as well as theoretical turbulence, computational fluid dynamics, and heat transfer. Dr. Lin was a featured speaker in our first symposium back on June 4th, and we are pleased to have him here today. Dr. Lin, please.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado, and thank you, Assemblyman Bloom, for helping to kick off this vibrant series of discussions. Obviously, it's a very important topic, and I really appreciate the detail at which you are willing to get into these issues. So now I'm pleased to introduce Ricardo Lara. Ricardo is the California Insurance Commissioner. As the 8th Insurance Commissioner of California, he helps Californians recover from natural disasters and resist the impact of climate change on communities. As Senator, Ricardo expanded protections for disaster survivors from losing their homes to insurance cancellation and non-renewal. Ricardo wrote the nation's first climate change insurance law, SB 30, which engages the insurance industry in the fight against climate-linked environmental disasters like wildfires and sea level rise. So with that, I'll kick it over to Ricardo. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here with all of you, and a big hug to my good friend, Richard Bloom, that I got to hear speak a little bit. It's great to see you, Richard. Insurance is critical to the conversation on wildfires and economics. And as you were saying, my role as insurance commissioner, my department protects insurance policyholders and regulates the insurance market here in California, which is the 4th largest insurance market in the world, and first in the country. I appreciate the UC for hosting the symposium today, and all the research that goes into understanding our wildfire risks, our wildfires, and the opportunities to improve how we prepare, prevent, and recover from these wildfires, especially when it comes to risk mitigation. Research can drive us towards a more effective approach to reducing wildfire risks. And when wildfires occur, many homeowners, have insurance, but many homeowners are underinsured. And renters' insurance uptake is even much lower. So with each fire, there's a gap that we call the protection gap between the damages that are covered by an insurance policy and those that are not. Globally, the protection gap is growing. 65% of losses from natural catastrophes over the past 10 years were uninsured. So this is not even underinsured. We're like completely uninsured. And so when you have coverage gaps and then disasters, it exacerbates inequality. Those with insurance can rebuild, and those without face homelessness, job loss, and poor health. So as we anticipate a future with more destructive wildfires, flooding, and heat waves, it's our seniors, our youth, our immigrants, and our agriculture and warehouse workers who will be the ones that are going to be hurt the most. And we have an opportunity, I think, really to reimagine our approach to insurance so that there isn't that much inequities. Again, we're seeing those communities that are already been devastated by the pandemic continue to bear the brunt of also not only less health impacts. You're starting to see, you'll continue to see folks from the pandemic and what that's done to these communities. And so, really as part of my vision for how insurance can help address climate risks, including wildfires, we created, as you were mentioning, the first of its kind working group making recommendations on climate insurance. And really, climate insurance, in my opinion, is about protecting people. It's about reducing the risk before a disaster strikes, and then providing that immediate assistance so they can be more resilient after a wildfire, a heat wave, or a flood. Nature can also be an ally. Forest management can reduce the severity of wildfires. Urban forests reduce extreme heat risks, and wetlands reduce risks for flooding. So, and we need to understand the types of risks that we are facing. We need better disclosure so that communities can prepare and reduce their risk. And as a state, we need to rethink where and how we are building. I know that was a conversation that was that came up earlier. And so it would be ridiculous for us not to have that conversation. And there are tremendous opportunities for research universities, obviously like the amazing University of California, to play a major role in advancing our collective understanding of the risk and the resilience in our state. So, we need researchers to be asking questions and collecting data at each step of the risk management continuum. So how do we as a state better assess risk? How do we communicate risk more effectively? How do we reduce risk for both a home and in the community? What metrics can we use to measure that risk reduction strategy? And if these risk reduction strategies are working? For instance, how can we better measure the impact of community and home hardening on wildfire risks moving forward? And then how do we better protect communities by transferring risks through insurance? I feel like I could be like a research assistant for one of these professors and kind of how, because these are imperative questions that we're looking at the department. All these questions can really be informed by research on not just the risk, but also the risk reduction strategies. So, one example that I always use, one example of researchers helping us understand the risks is with prescribed burns. California native tribes have long used cultural burns to manage forest and reduce the spread and severity of wildfires. After a century of aggressive fire suppression, it really has allowed fuel to build up we need strategies to lead us to a more sustainable management of our forest. We saw its benefits just a week ago at the Sequoia National Park. The area surrounded the world's largest trees and other giant trees, was fire treated just 2 years ago, which is now, limiting the severity of the fires in that area. So I believe the strategy will not only protect the natural infrastructure, but also protect homes. In 2020, I held a virtual meeting on the topic, and UC researchers spoke on home hardening and prescribed burn strategies at a virtual meeting. Then in 2021, I advocated for a prescribed fire claims fund to remove barriers to implementing more effective prescribed burns. California's budget and the California legislature passed this month their budget, which includes a $20 million fund for those goals. This fund aims to enable the use of prescribed fires and allow us to collect prescribed burn data that will likely encourage private insurers to enter into the market. Prescribed burns and home hardening are part of a larger strategy we have in our vision of how insurance can address climate risk. 2 years ago, I convened the Climate Insurance Working Group to recommend innovative solutions to climate impacts. Now, the working group members are public policy experts, including NRDC, EDF, the Green Lining Institute, academic researchers, and of course, former senior advisors to the Obama administration. The working group produced the first of its kind climate insurance report in July, really envisioning a new approach to nature-based insurance concepts and strategies for the risk reduction, strategies for risk reduction, I should say, to sustain communities in the face of climate change. The best long-term resilience strategy and a dramatic reduction in the emissions that is caused by climate change. So, yet even if we move quickly to maybe a low carbon economy, past emissions have already locked in rising temperatures and increased climate risk in the future. So resilience requires both, I think, reducing risks and building the capacity to recover. So as insurance commissioner, I'm in a unique position where I see the risks of opportunities for the insurance sector to promote emissions reduction and resilience. In addition to wildfires, I want to give you 2 examples for other climate threats, extreme heat and flooding, where the Climate Insurance Group identified important recommendations. So first, for extreme heat waves. We need to treat extreme heat waves more holistically. This means better early warning communication, and the development of insurance strategies for local governments to better prepare. And the second example is for flooding. Risks for river flooding, storm surge flooding, and the high rainfall events like atmospheric rivers are intensifying. But the data from 2019 shows fewer than 250,000 homes in California were insured for flood by the National Flood Insurance Program, or the NFIP. That is less than 5% of California homes. Many of the federal flood hazard maps are also outdated, which makes calculating flood risks of individual homes very difficult. Updating flood maps and including new information on sea level rise and atmospheric rivers will help communities better prepare and react. Widely available risk information is going to help communities better prepare. It's going to, it'll help us reducing the future impacts of wildfires, extreme heat, and flooding. So addressing climate risk requires coordination across government and providing important risk reduction information to communities. This is why this year I set up the first ever partnership between the Department of Insurance and the Governor's administration to establish clear, consistent home and community hardening measures for insurance. And we have been leading the emergency and planning agencies. We have all the leading government agencies. So we have a few companies who are already offering mitigation incentives. And I have been calling for more insurers to do so. And we are never going to be immune to a wildfire, but we can make our existing communities much safer, which is going to keep insurance available despite the impact of climate change. But these challenges are also present opportunities to reassess our relationship with nature and our land use practices. We have an opportunity to embrace nature as an ally for risk reduction and really use the science that researchers produce to inform our resilience strategy. So again, thank you for all that you do and look forward to the Q&A.
Thank you, Ricardo. Obviously, this is a critical topic, and as you said, insurance is an important piece of the discussion, both in terms of wildfire prevention and mitigation. Now I'd like to introduce Judson Boomhauer. Judson is an assistant professor of economics at the University of California, San Diego. His focus is on doing research on energy, environmental economics, and applied microeconomics. Judson, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you for having me. I'm going to share some slides. So I'm really happy to be here to talk about this important topic, and I'm really grateful to be included on this panel with such a bunch of great panelists. I'm going to talk broadly about the economics of wildfire risk. I'm going to try to paint a picture of sort of the full range of impacts of wildfires across sectors of society. And at the same time, I'm also going to give you some quick examples from my own research that will hopefully give a little bit of a flavor of how economists tackle these detailed questions and how we think about specific policy questions. Our growing challenges with wildfires present important costs across many sectors, some of which are listed on this slide. One important job for economists is to quantify these costs to the extent possible. That, of course, is more difficult for some categories of costs than others. It's easier to think about valuing structural losses than it is to think about valuing health damages from smoke pollution or the costs of disrupted electricity service during public safety power shutoffs. There are also, of course, important benefits to wildfire in appropriate settings that we want to keep track of when we do these calculations. So the accounting of costs and benefits can be quite difficult. I'm not going to give you the whole picture for all of the numbers for all of these sectors in my short talk today, but I will point to this report that I was involved with last summer by the California Council on Science and Technology. This report is called The Cost of Wildfire in California. It's available on the CCST website. this is our best effort to synthesize existing information on these costs across a whole bunch of really important sectors. And I definitely recommend this report to people that are looking for more information on this topic. Going forward, there's a lot of work to be done and a lot of better data to be put together to understand the full picture of wildfire costs. And also, really importantly, to understand how those costs are distributed across different groups in society, particularly the most vulnerable populations. And then lastly, the point that I really want to try and make in this talk is that economics is all about understanding incentives and behavior and analyzing decisions and trade-offs. So beyond the accounting of costs and benefits, which is in itself very important, there's a really critical role for economics to play in understanding individual behavior and how incentives translate into policy outcomes. So I'm going to try and touch on that theme at several points during this talk today. Probably the most salient and attention-grabbing cost associated with wildfires is structure damages. This is, of course, an incredibly important category of costs. We've had at least $40 billion of losses in the past 5 years in the US, depending on how you do the accounting. And that number is going to go up once we get the damage assessments from this most recent summer. I'm showing you here aerial imagery from the Tubbs fire in 2017, the Carr fire in 2018. This is an incredibly important category of impacts. I'm not going to say much about it now, only because Professor Plantinga and Professor Chappell are both going to talk a lot more about this in a few minutes. With my time, I want to push a little bit further and frame this as an economic question. I want to ask, why do we have so much building and so little risk mitigation in dangerous places? You know, this is our third UC Wildfire Symposium. In the previous two, we've heard a lot about the fairly well understood science of wildfire hazard. We know where the hazardous locations are. And so I think it's important to ask, what are the social factors that are continuing to put assets at risk? And so here I've listed a few candidate explanations on the right-hand side of the slide. This is an incomplete list. We can think of more. And no, not one of these is not the right answer. These all presumably have a role to play. But these are all areas where I'm familiar with ongoing economic research. Is it that home buyers just don't understand the risks that they're taking on when they move into the WUI? Is it that building restrictions in expensive central cities are pushing development out into wildfire-prone areas? Do we have complicated and misaligned incentives in local land use planning that end up approving development that we might not want to have approved from a social perspective? Are there individual resource barriers to mitigation investments? So are homeowners not able to access the money they need to create defensible space, or the technological understanding and the technical information to make those investments? Those are the kinds of questions that economists, I think, are really well placed to try and answer. And I'll just say that understanding those questions is really important for policymaking, because if we want to change policy outcomes, we need to understand exactly what it is that's putting us in the place where we find ourselves right now. So hold those questions in the back of your mind for a minute, and I want to tell you about another category of costs, and then I'm going to bring these threads back together. I want to talk for a second about the large but less salient costs of preventing damage to homes when wildfires happen. So if you average across many years, the amount of money that state and federal government spend on wildland firefighting, much of which is to prevent homes from being damaged, is on the same order of magnitude as the actual losses that we incur from destroyed homes. We also spend a lot of money on targeted fuels treatments. We incur big costs to improve the resilience of the electric grid, and we bear big costs when we shut the grid down to prevent fires during red flag periods. Many of these kinds of costs are borne are not borne by the people who are making decisions about where and how to develop in the WUI. So one sort of important economic question that this raises is, does the allocation of these costs and benefits across decision makers have some effect on where we build? So I'll tell you very quickly about one piece of research by my co-author Patrick Bayless and I, where we're trying to take on a little part of this problem. We've used historical administrative data on individual wildfire suppression expenditures and comprehensive real estate data on homes in the Western United States. And we've done a lot of data work to try and calculate in expectation, what is the cost going to be to federal and state governments to protect one home from wildfire if we add another home in a high-risk WUI area. And in the highest cost parts of the Western United States, those costs can be really high. Those can be up to tens of thousands of dollars in expectation across the life of a home. Okay, so that's one example of applying economic research to understand decisions. I want to talk then about another important application of economics, which is understanding what drives investments in wildfire resilience. We've heard a lot about how important it is for homeowners and other owners and entities in the WUI to engage in self-protective behaviors that can lower their risk from wildfire. We have a lot of very nice and ongoing work about what it is that determines whether these investments actually happen. Is it a lack of information that might be remedied by education and outreach? Do we get better outcomes if we mandate these investments through regulations and building codes as opposed to relying on voluntary take-up? Is this affected by spillover risk across properties? So we know that investments that one homeowner makes affect the potential damages to their neighbor in a wildfire if that individual homeowner internalized those cross property line benefits. Would that change their decision about whether or not to mitigate? And finally, there are parts of the West where these code decisions are local, and there are parts of the West where they're state decisions. And does that make a difference in terms of outcomes? Again, I'll point very briefly to my own work just to give you a detailed example of how this plays out in economic research. Again, with Patrick Bayless at the University of British Columbia, we've put together a big data set of over 100 wildfires throughout the Western US since about 2000. And for every one of these wildfires, we are observing comprehensive real estate data that let us see not only the list of homes that were destroyed by the fire, but also the full list of homes that survived. And so then we can go and we can think about, well, what are the things across fires and across homes that predict survivability? One thing that just jumps out of the data immediately is that we're seeing much better outcomes where homes are built under WUI building codes that mandate investment in self-protection. So it seems like relative to leaving this up to a voluntary decision, we get much better survivability outcomes in the places where we have WUI building codes. The map on the left is a map of the Woolsey fire that's just showing you in purple fires that were destroyed, and in green, homes that were destroyed, and in green, homes that survived. The figure on the right is an output of our statistical analysis that's just showing you after the mid-1990s in parts of California that adopted stricter WUI building codes, we start to see decreases in the likelihood of homes being destroyed when they're exposed to wildfire. Okay, so I'm nearing the end of my time, and I have just scratched the surface in terms of that list of costs that I put up at the beginning of my talk. I have to say something about air pollution. This is another incredibly important category of costs, and another category that has the potential to place really large costs on particularly vulnerable groups. This is an area of cost that we know is large. We have enough research to understand this is really important. We don't have nearly enough to understand it as well as we need to. So this is another cost that I hope we can continue to talk more about. And I'll just end by showing you the slide where I started, reminding you that I really only got through the first 3 costs on this list. That doesn't mean that the other 4 and the other costs that aren't even here are not important. There's a tremendously important list of impacts to understand and a lot of work to be done. So that's where I'll leave it. But lots of work to be done going forward. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Judson. Appreciate it. Obviously, the economics of fire prevention and fire management are critical to the decision-making process and how we think about the balance between reactive and proactive fire management. So next, I'd like to continue this theme and introduce Andrew Plantiga. Andrew is Professor of Natural Resource Economics and Policy at the Brennan School of Environmental Science and Management at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Andrew focuses on the economics of land use, climate change, and forests. He puts a particular interest on the development of methods for econometrically modeling land use decisions, the analysis of environmental policies that affect private land use decisions, and the modeling of land development pressures. So with that, thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thanks a lot for the introduction, Rod, and it's great to be here. I'm going to start by sharing my slides, and I think that should do it. So Dr. Boomhauer provided a great overview of the different costs associated with wildfire. What I'm going to do is to focus in again on one category of costs, and that is structure loss, which, as Dr. Boomhauer made clear, is a very important component of cost, but far from being the only one that we should be concerned about. And what I want to do is to present some research that I recently completed, where we just wanted to get a view of what the trends have been in wildfire damages, particularly structure losses in California, if we look out over a long time span. And so we know, of course, the recent losses have been very salient, and those are front and center. But how does this fit into kind of a broader long-term series of trends? And so the paper I'm going to talk about is actually cited in the lower right-hand corner there, if you want to go and track that down. What I'm going to do is just go through some of the key results and basically answer a bunch of questions that I think a lot of people have been wondering about. And so the first question is, in California, are we having more and larger fires? And the answer is undoubtedly yes to this question. Over in the left, you see the state, of course, and what we've done is for each decade from the 80s, 90s, up until 2018, we're plotting the fire perimeters so that gives you a sense of how many fires there were and also how big they were. And you can see that by the time we get to the lower right-hand corner, which is the 2010s decade, that we've got a lot more fires and they're bigger. So in particular, in the 2010s decade, we had about 7 million acres that burned. That compared to only about 3.37 million acres during the 1980s decade. So our data for this study ends at 2018. Of course, 2020 was a huge year, 4.3 million acres burned. And so putting that in perspective, that's more than burned in the whole 1980s decade. In 2021, so far, we're at 2.3 million acres. There are more fires in the 2010s compared to the 1980s, 3,300 compared to about 2,400. And then the average size of fires has also increased from about 1,400 acres per fire in the 80s to about 2,100 acres during the 2010s. Another, we talk a lot about the wildland-urban interface. And so one might ask, well, are most of the fires that we're seeing in California, are these WUI fires? And the answer to that is no. This graph here is showing over time the cumulative acres burned over the period 1979 through 2018. And you can see at that bottom, that's that little sliver that is just isolating the WUI fires. And those represent actually only about 5% of all fires in California over that 4-decade period. So WUI is really important because often that's where the houses are that get destroyed, but they aren't a huge part of the story in terms of the acres that get burned. Now, what about these damages? So damages to structures, are we seeing fires in particular getting more destructive over time? And here the answer is unfortunately yes. So here I'm plotting for all the years from 79 up to 2018, the estimated value of structure losses that we did based on CAL FIRE data and a lot of other sources. And what we see is that in 2018, which was a big year, there were about $5 billion in structure losses, which was a really large increase over previous years. Look at the bars in the 1980s, for example. Those are hardly even showing up on this graph. By the way, these are in inflation-adjusted dollars. So we're holding constant, basically, the purchasing power of our dollars when we're doing this. So these are really comparable to each other. To put these losses of $5 billion in perspective, remember the tunnel fire in 1991, which is the single most destructive fire in California history, if my impression is still right. That was the Oakland Hills fire, $1.1 billion of structure losses, compared to $5 billion that we had in 2018. And if we look at 2020, where we had a lot of fires, a lot of acres burned, those losses were about 3.5 billion. So similar to what we had in 2017. Clearly, what's emerging here is the result that, the area burned is not always a good indicator of what the structure losses are, because with this tunnel fire, for example, it was a really small fire, but it did a whole lot of damage. Where are these structure losses occurring? So we can look at how they're kind of distributed throughout the state. And so in the right-hand graph, what I've got is all the fires over that 40-year period, and each fire is getting a dot that's in purple, and its size is indicating the structure damages that occurred. And so what we see here is I think this is not really surprising to most observers. Down in the Southern California, particularly a lot of that area east of San Diego or around San Diego has had big structure losses. Also north of the Bay Area and also northeast of Sacramento to some degree as well. That's where we've been seeing the big losses. And then what I'm going to do is just finish up with one other graph that tells us something about the seasonality of fires. So when are fires occurring throughout the year over this period? And what we see is that July and August tend to be the biggest fire months over the past 4 decades. And that's, past us now, at least for this year. But another trend that we're seeing is that particularly in the 2010 decade, you're starting to see a lot more fire activity later in the year. So November and December are showing up in these graphs as having quite a few acres burned, whereas back in the 80s, that was just not even something that was happening very often. And so with that, I'm going to stop, and I look forward to contributing to the Q&A.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it. Certainly this theme of multi-scale economics and linkage to insurance is critical. And now I'd like to introduce Karen Chappell. Karen is a professor emerita of city and regional planning at the University of California, Berkeley. Karen studies inequalities in the planning, development, and governance of regions in the US and Latin America with a focus on economic development and housing. She is currently engaged in research projects related to inequality and sustainable planning, particular on residential and commercial industrial displacement. So Karen, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Rod, for the intro, and thanks to VP Maldonado for the introduction and the invitation. So I'm going to talk now some more about the costs of fires, and particularly thinking about rebuilding and pathways to rebuilding after a fire. So I'm excited to present our research that was carried out by myself at UC Berkeley, along with Illinois professor Rob Olshansky and a dynamite group of grad students at UC Berkeley. And this was work that was sponsored by the think tank Next 10 and can be found on their website. So in this study, we address the costs associated with sprawl into the WUI. We have 1.5 million homes in the high and very high risk zones in California. Just to replace those homes, it would cost over $600 billion. Not only that, even more importantly, we're building like crazy in these high risk areas. We have 500,000 sites ready to go that developers are already building on in these areas. And they want to build here because the land is relatively cheap. It's worth noting that we have multiple goals here to address when we talk about resilience in fire. So first, we want to reduce wildfire vulnerability by restricting development, but we also need to address a housing crisis. We need to address how to build more housing in the state without building in the WUI. Then we also want to mitigate climate change by reducing sprawl and conserving land. And then through all of that, to complicate things, we want to optimize our economic benefits, and we want to maintain our communities in California. So to examine this, we looked at 3 cases and conducted scenario analysis for the 2018 Camp Fire in Paradise, the 2017 Tubbs Fire in Santa Rosa, and the 2017 Thomas Fire in Ventura. Our scenarios were the following. We looked at a managed retreat scenario where survivors are encouraged to move into new infill development locations outside the WUI. We looked at resilience nodes where communities actually rebuild in high risk areas, but in dense walkable nodes surrounded by green buffers. And our third alternative would just be rebuilding as usual. So in a community like Paradise, when we take on a managed retreat scenario, it means that not everybody will return. And so we looked at the costs and benefits of that from an environmental, and economic, and an equity perspective. And we found that it had great environmental benefits, not surprisingly, as people move to nearby cities to infill areas. And so we reduce risk, we reduce insurance costs, we gain environmentally. Another approach would be resilience nodes. And this is an approach that we found would be particularly appropriate in a place like Santa Rosa. So this is an approach that would allow people to stay in place. And it would also create numerous economic benefits in the form of reduced utility costs for households and new construction jobs, also fiscal benefits in terms of property taxes. There would be some risk. We don't know whether we can actually create defensible space, and so there would still be housing in the WUI, and some risk would remain. But still, there are significant benefits, and people would not have to leave their community. So what we found in our analysis was that different approaches make sense in different contexts. And the lesson that we drew was that home hardening is basically not enough. We need to stop building in the WUI, and we need a better accounting of the full cost of building in the WUI, just as our other speakers have mentioned. So here are some of our policy recommendations. One is that we need to look at new revenue sources and financing mechanisms. We should be enacting new types of fees on property owners who are living and building in high and very high fire hazard risk zones. We should offer tax incentives for households to relocate out of the WUI altogether. We need to think about displacement. We know that renters and low-income homeowners are the hardest hit in many wildfire disasters, and we need to prioritize these residents in our policies, in our disaster recovery funding, which we do not currently. We need to incentivize lower risk development. We need to set up our incentive structures right. We need to disincentivize risky development, and we need to incentivize infill housing that's affordable to people of all incomes. And we need to improve local and regional capacity. And this is what we found in the course of doing 60 interviews across the state, is that our cities and regions are really not ready for disaster. They don't have capacity. They don't have plans in place to rebuild back better in a more resilient fashion. And so instead, they just tend to build what was there before, which is not a resilient recovery mode. So we need to build their capacity to recover. And we need to raise insurance rates to do all of this. But we would say that there are 3 conditions that we should think about in terms of insurance rates. We should make sure that we don't unfairly burden our lower income households when we raise those rates. We would need to provide incentives in the process for site mitigation. And we should provide incentives for post-fire relocation to non-hazard areas. So just to wrap up, what we want to emphasize here is that this is a complex, multifaceted problem that requires thinking across the silos. It's not just a fire problem. It's part of the state's housing crisis. It's part of the fiscal and financial issues that the state and municipalities face. It's an environmental and climate change problem. It's an insurance problem, and it's a traumatic personal problem for those that are affected. It's costly in many different ways. So we need to pull back from wildland sprawl. We need to acknowledge that the costs of sprawl are high. The costs of WUI sprawl are even higher. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. And unfortunately, it's I believe that that Ricardo had to leave. He had a pre-existing engagement. So I think we can open this up for questions. And I had a question on the economic side, just to get some of the discussion going. I heard a little bit about the economics of fuels management and fire and proactive fire management. It seems like there's a lot of cost and benefit analysis that has to go into all of this stuff on both short-term and long-term. I was wondering if about the economics analysis for prescribed fire in particular. And it's too bad that Ricardo had to leave, because I think there's an insurance piece of that puzzle for sure. And in my opinion, I was wondering about the risk to prescribed fire. So can any of you comment on the economics and cost analysis for prescribed fire?
Yeah, I can say some things about that. I mean, I've done some work on that in California. And specifically the question we wanted to ask is, what if we thought about using fuels management more broadly as kind of a path to carbon neutrality, which is one of the state's objectives? And what we found is that unfortunately, it's really expensive. I think that Commissioner Lara hinted at this, when you're it was the previous speaker who had said how, the Southeast is a very particular environment that's very different from California, and it is really expensive to do fuels management out here, particularly with prescribed fire, because that ends up having all sorts of risks associated with escape and so on. But back to my study, what we found is basically it is a very expensive endeavor, and that if one were to think about it as a carbon capture strategy, so in other words, to avoid emissions from wildfire to serve the goals of reaching carbon neutrality, it turned out to be just extremely expensive on those grounds. There are, of course, lots of other benefits to doing fuels management, avoiding structure losses, et cetera. But I think any way you look at it, it ends up being a very expensive endeavor.
Does anybody else have any thoughts on this? It's a very interesting perspective, Andrew. I wasn't thinking of it quite from that line, but it is a really critical analysis to think about. Anybody else have thoughts on the economics of prescribed fire, since that was one of the topics that was brought up early on in the session as an important piece of the puzzle for the solutions?
Just very quickly, I think everything Andrew said, I would defer to him on questions of prescribed fire. There's another interesting angle there about how we think about air pollution from prescribed fires. And I'll say right now, we treat that pollution differently than we treat other forms of pollution. And we also treat it differently than we treat smoke from wildfires, and putting those things on equal ground might change the incentives a little bit. I'm not sure it would change the sign of the calculation that Professor Plantinga gave us, but it's something to think about.
Okay, I think how do we put those things on the right playing field, and how do we do that analysis and including the ability to plan around things is a complex sort of balancing act with a lot of different units on different sides of the equation. So certainly understand the complexity there, or appreciate it, I should say. Dr. Boomhauer, could you briefly address the considerations and results of estimates of wildfire damage on watersheds and ecosystems? How do we think, again, how do we put that in with the same units as anything else?
So I'll touch on that really quickly, and the first thing I'll say is I definitely recommend looking at our California Council on Science and Technology report, which has, I think, 2 chapters on watershed benefits. So I don't have the numerical estimates in front of me, but I'll give you sort of the picture of concerns as I understand them. Not being a hydrologist, right? We're worried about water quantity, water supply. Watersheds that are being changed by big catastrophic fires are potentially delivering different amounts of water for human consumption, which in the long run is potentially a threat to water availability. And then we're also concerned about water quality, erosion and other impacts, pollution from burning in places that have a lot of human things in them potentially presents a threat to water quality. So those things are both quite important. And I think that there's starting to be a lot more work that's trying to put numbers around those things.
It's a very complex, multi-dimensional, and again, Andrew, I really appreciate the fact that there's short-term aspects of this and very long-term aspects of it, which bring us back around to some of the social pieces of it. So one of the questions was posted, is building in high risk areas has been analyzed in other natural disasters, home near earthquakes, faults, or on the coastlines and hurricane prone areas, or where coastal erosion is occurring. Are there lessons learned from these other examples of other natural disasters that can be applied to the wildfire problem? And And what are the social implications of these?
So I want to hear what Professor Chappell has to say about this, but I have one immediate reaction, which is, of course we should be able to learn something from floods, and of course we should be able to learn something from earthquakes. These disasters are not completely divorced from each other, and I'm sure that there are important lessons about insurance markets and other things. One thing that I've sort of that's been crystallizing in my mind in my own research is that there is at least one way in which fires are different, which is that the neighbor to neighbor spillovers are bigger in fire than they are in these other settings. So if we're thinking about flood, if my neighborhood is going to be destroyed by a coastal flood, it doesn't really matter so much whether my neighbor's house is on stilts or not. My own risk exposure is pretty much the same. Fire is a really different setting. I can do everything right at my own house, but if my neighbor has a wood roof and a bunch of eucalyptus trees, 2 meters from their house, things could still go quite badly for me because of what they're doing. And so I think that kind of correlated risk exposure is something that is much more specific to wildfire.
So I would just add that, I think there are lessons from, of course, flooding and other disasters that we can take, like about how we need to restructure our insurance programs and how the most vulnerable tend to be hit hardest. I think what is different here, just to build on what Judd was saying about what is different about fire, is that it's colliding with so many other societal crises. And the fact that because of our affordable housing crisis in California, we are building into our WUI, that this is where you need to go to afford a home. This is not so true of our coastal zones and so forth that are vulnerable. So that it's colliding with affordable housing crisis, and then it's exacerbating our climate goals, making it much harder to reach our goals for greenhouse gas reduction. So that makes it that much more complex to solve as a society, and it means we have to redouble our efforts to kind of think across the silos.
And if I could just jump in here, the observation I would make, I know something about floods, and in that setting, there is the National Flood Insurance Program, which is really broadly criticized by economists, but lots of other people as well, as really providing perverse incentives that encourage people to build in high-risk areas. For me, the lesson of thinking about that program is to think about what we do in terms of encouraging development in the wildland-urban interface. And one can look at a lot of different examples of public policy that basically are subsidizing that kind of development. In California, for example, think about how CAL FIRE is funded. The funding comes out of the general fund. And so everyone's paying for CAL FIRE protection services, yet some people are getting a lot more services than others. There was a few years ago something called the State Responsibility Area Fee, which charged additional money to people living in these high-risk areas. It was extremely unpopular, to put it mildly, and it was done away with. But that's the kind of the way that one could think about changing the incentives for that kind of for at least for new development into those high-risk areas.
I think it adds additional complication when you weave what you just said with what Karen said, because if you're going to charge higher fees to those that are living out in the WUI for, say, yet you're building your affordable housing into the WUI, it's somewhat contradictory of what we'd like to be doing.
I agree. I think the problem is that we want a lot of outcomes, and they're all good things, but a lot of times they're in conflict with one another. Low cost housing and avoiding building in high risk wildfire areas, those sometimes are not mutually compatible goals.
Great. Thank you all. I allowed this panel to go a little over time, and great conversation. We also had some more questions in the Q&A, so I apologize to the audience, but we will try to get those questions answered for you and with a follow-up personal communication. So thank you all. That was terrific. We're going to have a very short break. We are almost 10 minutes over, so if I may beg the audience to return in about 5 to 7 minutes, and then we will get started, and I will absolutely shave the time at the end. So thank you all, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Why don't we start in 2 minutes? So Kelsey, we're going to start at 10:20.
Great, thank you.
So panel 2, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So now we're going to begin our second panel, which will be moderated by Dr. Ann Foster. Dr. Foster is the system-wide vice president and chief clinical strategy officer for the University of California Health in the Office of the President. Dr. Foster rejoined University of California in March 2021. She is focused on developing, implementing, monitoring, and updating system-wide clinical initiatives to ensure continued alignment of programs with the strategic goals of its health campuses. Dr. Foster's portfolio includes system-wide initiatives to address health needs in areas such as cancer, mental health, and virtual care. Dr. Foster.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Maldonado. It's a pleasure to join you today as moderator for this important panel in which we will explore themes of culture, science, and policy. Our 4 panelists will offer alternative perspectives on wildfire management, and they include Dr. Frank Lake, a research ecologist with the U.S. Forest Service, Professor Roger Bales from UC Merced, and Dr. William Bill Stewart from UC Berkeley, and Professor John Abatsoglu from UC Merced. And I'll say a little bit more about each of them as they speak. Our first speaker again is Dr. Frank Kanawa Lake. He's a research ecologist with the U.S. Forest Service, and he's based in Arcata, California. He researches wildland fire effects, traditional ecologic knowledge, climate change, and ethnoecology with an emphasis on cultural management and fire ecology of forest, shrub, grassland, and riparian environments in the Klamath-Siskiyou bioregion. He works closely with tribal native communities. Dr. Lake, welcome, and we look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you. I just want to make sure what you're seeing on my screen is what you're supposed to be seeing and not my desktop. So if we go to slideshow, it should be from beginning slide.
You're all set, Frank.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for this opportunity to be able to present to you today. Just from background, as a research ecologist working for the Fire and Fuels program at PSW, I'm also a Karuk descendant with Yurok half-siblings. So a lot of my research and what I'm presenting today is informed by that cultural and professional work. So let's start with some borrowed philosophies for Indigenous communities across California and how we relate that to operational projects for wildfires. Essentially, spiritual obligations of Indigenous people for resource and land stewardship. At the core of that is this belief that fire is medicine for both people and the landscape or ecosystems. And from a cultural perspective, using prescribed fire, cultural fire, prescribed fire If there's not enough fire, the land and people could be sick. And if we have too much fire, kind of like the catastrophic fires we're having today, it can be bad as well. And at the core of these indigenous teachings is that water is sacred, and that's water is one of the highest resources to consider in that view of using fire. At the core of this fire or biodiversity is human services for ecosystems within fire-prone areas. Indigenous knowledge guides that fire stewardship, which is the management of fuels and vegetation between fire within those fire-prone ecosystems for fire-dependent species. Cultural burning is a form of human services for ecosystems in a way that can reduce variability and increase sustainability and resistance of those resources that are used across those habitats. And it's the evolution of this cultural fire regime that emerged from indigenous adaptations forming fire-dependent cultures. And this really does vary across the landscape by ecosystem, forest, or habitat type, and those resources that are part of that as part of the cultural process. When thinking about indigenous fire stewardship and the broad responsibilities that entails, it really is diversified by gender, age, and cultural responsibilities. And in working with indigenous or tribal people in California, recognize that different people hold different types of knowledge and practice various types of cultural burning. Some of that role is reflected both on their spiritual ceremonial leadership, their subsistence, whether they're basket weavers, food gatherers, hunters, other utilitarian or domestic uses such as fieldwood, as well as economic and other security responsibilities, and then for governance. So when working with tribes, you might have a tribal program or department, but you might also have ceremonial or tribal leaders that are part of the community as well. So in working with that indigenous community, really understand and realize that there's a diversity of that cultural knowledge about fire and fire use and fuels and fire management. Part of that is often there's an assumption that there was a natural fire regime or that it was a vast wilderness across California. And partly I want to refute that. Many of the areas across California really were modified cultural fire regimes by intentional indigenous burning. That increased or diversified the frequency of fires across different areas for resource values and objectives, often more frequent than lightning ignitions. The seasonality differed, often in the timing of burns in different kinds of settings, in areas that were different in war lightning. That often was linked to plant phenology, such as the emergence of the spring buds. That would be the vulnerable time for that or for wildlife breeding and rearing, but also in the fall indicators, such as right now when good acorns are beginning to drop. And then the specificity of that was tying the ignition strategies to different ecosystems and habitats for those various species as those valued resources. And at the core of that was recognizing as then, but as well as today, that there's a responsibility of using different types of burning practices in response to the area of the landscape, whether that's topography, soil types, fuel loading, also in the condition of when, why, and how you would burn. We see here this kind of modeled scenario of Sierra Nevada or Klamath forest types here, mixed conifer hardwoods. The top panel depicts kind of a lightning regime that would have that diversified age classes and species composition. The middle one depicts that augmenting of indigenous burning and in addition to lightning that would foster more of those drought tolerant, fire adapted large pines and oaks with the early complex understory of early cereal habitat with some fire intolerance. And then the bottom panel basically shows the results of fire exclusion or suppression, the removal of indigenous fire stewardship, and the removal of fire as that ecological or ecocultural landscape process. We have the ability to return the bottom to more of the former top two in our work and our strategies moving forward in the future with tribes today. When we think about that and what we can learn not only from tribal elders, but there's also elders out on the landscape within our legacy vegetation. This is reflected within the structure and the composition of many of the tree species found across these fire-prone areas within many favored historically, archaeological, or cultural sites, but are also valued to tribes and also would benefit the public or society today. You look on the right side, this big, huge live oak that was grown in an open area with those huge open branches. That wasn't by accident. Lightning would have been too infrequent to cause that open growth. It was intentional light surface burning around there to open that. The middle panel has shown the effects of densification and encroachment from trees as a result of fire exclusion. That big tan oak tree losing its lower branches, which otherwise would have been a more fuller crown open grown tree, or along ridges under sugar pines and other strategic features where we want to manage for fire today and utilize fire. You can see this old skeleton manzanita with the food processing stone there that's reflective of that being a more open grown habitat with the sugar pine and manzanitas that now is encroached and overgrown. So those are our chances to learn from nature as teacher to guide us not only how we lived the fire in the past, but for the future if we want to restore that kind of composition and structure. When we think about this, as far as our landscape restoration strategies, we put it in the context of heterogeneity and resilience, strategically placed landscape area treatments about where we treat most effectively on the landscape, link that to our climate change vulnerability assessments and adaptation planning efforts, and then link it to national authorities like the National Cohesive Strategy for Wildland Fire, where we want to embrace the tenets of resilient landscapes, fire adapted communities, or for tribes, fire dependent cultures, and then wildland fire management responses. And then scaling that down, nested within the system, linking the tribal and rural community values, where we can have multiple resource objectives within the community for the reintroduction of fire and management. And research, the work I'm doing, informs this process today. So we think about opportunities, both at the federal and state level, to have government-to-government agreements, or memorandums of understanding, and working with tribes on our fuels and wildland fire management. It's the use of these elders or cooperative heritage consultants, and that creative job opportunities there. It's the protection of cultural and heritage resources, but also much more than archaeological sites. And I'm going to end on these last few minutes here. I know I've gone fast, but you'll have this presentation available later, which is my CR approach. So we think about consultation, coordination, and cooperation. So consultation is applying that legislation, executive orders, and other authorities, and having that government relationship with tribes. That facilitates coordination to increase communication efforts, both on the ground and across the government-to-government level, between departments and programs and other personnel working on the ground. We think about facilitating cooperation, where we have alignment of those policies and legal or other regulatory actions, the science and management efforts, and fiscally leveraging opportunities. That leads to collaboration. And the last one here that I'll end, because I'm going over time here, is just think about our R's: reconciliation, repatriation, and restoration. Reconciliation acknowledges the past, what's happened to California tribes, not only holding them in the past, but bringing them to the future for revitalizing their culture. Part of that is repatriation of the cultural knowledge systems and practices tied to those fire-prone ecosystems for fire-dependent species and them as a fire-dependent culture. It's the restoration of this integration of indigenous and Western knowledge to create the best available science to inform management and to affect policy to benefit not only tribes, but the public. And then part of that revitalization is to bring tribes along with us in this process as we learn to live with fire. Thank you.
All right, sorry, unmuting. Thank you so much, Dr. Lake. I really appreciate the Indigenous perspective and the fact that this is highly incorporated into your work. And I'm sure we'll have some interesting questions for you when we get to our Q&A. Our next speaker is Professor Roger Bales, who is a distinguished professor of engineering from the University of California, Merced. In addition, Professor Bales is co-director of Ecosystem Climate Solutions, which is a multi-campus initiative across the state. His research contributes to California's efforts to build both the knowledge base and implement policies that adapt our water supplies, critical ecosystems, and economy to the impacts of climate warming. In this endeavor, Professor Bales works with leaders in state agencies, elected officials, federal land managers, water leaders, non-governmental organizations, and other decision makers on developing climate solutions for California. Professor Bales? Need to unmute yourself. Is your mute button is on? Can you see that at the lower? Sorry about that. Got it?
Okay, thank you. For some reason, my Zoom froze up. But thank you so much, Teresa and colleagues, for the opportunity to share some of our research and perspectives. And I wanted to start, excuse me, I wanted to start my comments on management of California's forested mountain watersheds with this picture of a hydropower reservoir, as a reminder that these ecosystems are heavily used for human activities. Headwater forests are our multi-benefit assets, our natural capital, and we need a multi-benefit approach to forest restoration and to long-term sustainable management. And for multi-benefit management, we need systems thinking. Now, it's great to follow Frank Lake because he was really, his comments really embodied systems thinking. And I particularly want to pick up on the collaboration theme, Frank, on the next to the last slide. So for systems thinking, sustainability as a powerful metaphor can help us with that. 3 pillars of sustainability are relevant here. First, ecological integrity or resilience of ecosystems. Second is human well-being, and I'm going to comment a bit more on ecosystem services as a way to advance the pace and scale of forest restoration. And third is equity, environmental justice for rural communities and for future generations. For a systems approach, we need clear objectives. Now, there's 3 plumes of the Dixie Fire here in the background from a photo I took last month, which leads me to a multi-part objective. And for today's talk, I'm going to use this systems objective: increase the pace and scale of transitioning from a destructive wildfire regime to a beneficial regenerative wildfire regime. And I submit that monetizing ecosystem services can help bring about the level of engagement needed to increase the pace and scale of restoration. That is, government funding is not going to do it all. Ecological function from our environment provides ecosystem services which flow to beneficiaries. And I want to designate 3 categories of beneficiaries here. First is the public. We all benefit in multiple ways from having healthy mountain forests. The second is property rights holders. And today I'm thinking specifically of water rights holders who have the rights to sell both water and hydroelectricity to downstream beneficiaries. And the third is rural communities. This is where environmental justice in part comes in. So the aim in this scheme is to connect the beneficiaries with the restoration activities. These activities are fairly expensive. We're looking at billions of dollars of investment. I think this has come up earlier today. Billions of dollars of investment to meet our system's objective and to bring about resilience in California's forests. And the key to this, I submit, is partnerships. Partnerships can come together for financing and implementation. And we need to inform these partnerships with valuation data so they can put together equitable financing and implementation strategies. Now, this is not just an idea, but we're working with partnerships to bring this about. One important example is our French Meadows partnership in Placer County. The Forest Service is the landowner, but lacks the resources to do restoration at the pace and scale needed. In the county, there's billions of dollars of assets in wildfire vulnerable areas, and the water agency sells hydroelectricity and water downstream to agriculture and urban areas. And UC is also part of this long-term partnership, in part because monitoring and research are part of that adaptive management cycle. I like to say that we can't just model our way to solutions. We need data. We use both remote sensing data, but also on the ground measurements to develop these scaling strategies and restoration strategies. So forest restoration provides many benefits in addition to reducing the probability of high severity wildfires. I'm thinking about drought. Thinning overstocked forests provides resilience and to storing carbon over the long term. But I want to return to water for a moment. Some of these dense stands in this experimental forest in the Stanislaus National Forest were thinned in 2011. About half the biomass was removed, as evidenced by these more open, thinned plots versus the control plots. Now let's jump to an on-the-ground view in one of these. We see the control plot in the background where there's lots of small trees. Removing these small trees makes more water available for the remaining trees, increasing forest health, more water for in-stream flows, and for food production in urban areas downstream. But vegetation grows back. So this is not just a one-time investment in our natural capital. So prescribed fire, managed wildfire, mechanical thinning, some of the things that Frank talked about in a previous talk are needed to over the long term. Now let's turn to data and metrics. Let's look at an example of a metric for one ecosystem service used to value the change in ecosystem service following a medium severity wildfire or the equivalent mechanical thinning, such as I indicated in the Stanislaus example. In the first year after wildfire, in this happens to be data from the American River Basin, the water used by the forest is reduced by about 200 millimeters per year. That's the first year after fire. A reduction in evapotranspiration or water used by the forest represents potential runoff. But as the vegetation grows back, the forest uses more water, and that runoff benefit goes down. However, across this 20-year period, we get about $6,000 per acre potential water benefit. That's based on the current marginal price of wholesale water. You could get more this year of about $1,000 and about $1,000 per acre foot. And the thinning cost, average thinning cost of these projects has been about $1,000 per acre. And this is just one of several co-benefits. I could give you numbers for the others. So we and others have developed metrics and data to value these benefits, which are used to inform decision making. One thing I would caution now, I see much data out there that's not reflecting our warming climate, and we really need to do that. Other benefits are also important. We can monetize hydropower benefits. Recreation, there's huge public demand for recreation in our forests. Reducing high severity wildfire reduces risk to built infrastructure. We've heard talks about that in the previous session. Making more use of forest products, including waste biomass, provides jobs, renewable energy, and can contribute to long-term carbon sequestration. Air quality benefits. And rural communities. Rural communities are part of what makes California what it is and are vulnerable. So it's about partnerships. I want to highlight the North Yuba partnership. Partnerships facilitate planning, permitting, financing. I've underlined financing, implementation, monitoring, research, communication, and public support. There are about 5 different revenue sources represented in this picture here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor Bills. We appreciate that. And we'll move on to our third panelist, Dr. William Bill Stewart, who is a forestry specialist in the Cooperative Extension Office at the University of California, Berkeley, and in the College of Natural Resources. Bill's current focus is research and technology transfer on how working forests and wood products can provide both local and global benefits. Thank you so much, Dr. Stewart. We appreciate your joining us today and look forward to your presentation.
Okay. Trying to get to my, let's see. Sorry, just.
And Mr. Stewart, do you need assistance sharing your slides?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it the presenter view. And do I need to flip it?
Nope, you've got it. We see it.
Okay, great.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me here today. Today, what I want to talk about is using data we have on forest census data that we do here in California to look at different forest management solutions to address the wildfire issues. As you know, a few weeks ago, President Biden was out here talking about the fires in Sacramento, and he concluded by saying, it's just about the fires. It's just the fires. But what I have in the map that's in the middle of this shows the pink is the Dixie Fire that Assemblyman Bloom talked about, and it burned both Forest Service land, which is in green, as well as private land, which is in the brown. So this kind of example happens across California all the time, that we have fires that burn both public and private lands. And I think we have a chance to use that data to see what's happening in terms of wildfire risk and losses and the smoke that's being produced. This figure here is comes from a study that is commissioned by the California Board of Forestry. And what it does is it breaks apart the forest in California by different types of management approaches. And so you can see where the fire mortality, which is shown in the dark gray bar, removals and growth. I think the big thing here from a wildfire point of view is the federal lands, which is called the USDA-FS, is much larger per acre per year than it is on the private lands. So I think that we need to look at the interaction between forest management and how much wildfire mortality is occurring. We also can see that the private lands have much more carbon is initially captured by those types of forests every year. And they also do kind of variable levels, but a little bit more harvesting, which is the rust color. This is a different perspective, looking at area rather than kind of volume. And on the top, you see the U.S. Forest Service. And what on the x-axis, we have the age that stands. And what really jumps out is just the amount of the red bars, the amount of wildfire damage that's occurring in the older stands that we want to protect for a lot of wildlife issues, that those are being heavily impacted, much more so than the smaller red bars we can see on the corporate private lands, as well as the non-corporate private lands, which are basically family forests. You still see fires, but not nearly the extent that we've seen in the Forest Service, which really suggests there's an interaction between forest management and wildfire mortality. This is just something kind of comparing some global data that managed forests are very different than old growth and natural forests. This is from a big study of over 50 sites around the world. And you see, managed forests are basically more productive by about 30% of capturing carbon. But the big difference is they're putting a lot more carbon into wood products. And so into the bole of the trees that turns into kind of the lumber that we build our communities with. And another big difference in California is what happens after a fire. This is a picture from a fire in 2001. We're on the left, a private timber company, family owned. They immediately got in there, harvested the site, turned the damaged trees into basically 2x4s and replanted very quickly. On the other hand, the Forest Service kind of got locked up in legal and financial issues, and they were quite a bit delayed getting anything done. And you look at that site, they did plant trees in there, but you can't see them because they're buried underneath the brush. So this is a really big difference of what's happening to the kind of the carbon balance after these fires. If we do reforest, you can get the forest back there immediately. And if we wait, it could be 20, 30, 40 years before we actually see trees that are taller than the shrubs. So I think what I want to do here is just look, if we think about what we just talked about is using those products for socially beneficial uses, mainly building products is the best use, and thinking about how productive different forest management systems are. You see what I showed here is if we go from the original, the in-forest look, which I had earlier, to kind of including forest products in this understanding of forest management, we see the blue line, which is pretty much kind of the best case scenario of using products for building products and some for energy. You do see that private forests can be much more effective in terms of providing climate benefits for the globe, as well as reducing the amount of wildfire damage that's going to be left in the forest that's just, eventually just going to release all that carbon that it captured over time back into the atmosphere. And I think it's important just to understand there's very large differences in that. And there's also differences in the way the accounting systems are going. The IPCC looks more products than the two accounting systems that I think the Resource Board here in California uses. There's still an advantage to the private systems, but it gets greater when we think about using wood products. So I think kind of the key points I want to finish with here is, we do have we do have a lot of different forest management approaches used in California. And if we're really going to reduce the wildfire impacts, the negative impacts of the forest, I think we really do have to learn from the best practices by people who are actually been applying some of these approaches and have shown that they are actually having more effective systems. And I think what I see in this data is that the different forest management approaches we see in private lands have much lower losses to wildfires, greater system level carbon sequestration rates, and also they generate net revenue. They're not as dependent on full financing from the state or federal governments to achieve these positive outcomes. And pretty much most of this is really based on a philosophy of a bioeconomy, of growing and using those wood products to build buildings more efficiently so that we can replace the cement and steel as we move building more, hopefully affordable housing and dormitories on our campuses. And that, both is a housing strategy as well as a climate mitigation tool. And I think what we're going to have to do is start learning, I think, internationally, where a lot of the innovation is moving forward on these bioeconomies, and bring those lessons back into California. So thank you very much, and I'll pass it back on.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And we'll move to our last speaker. So Professor Don Abatsoglu is Associate Professor and Graduate Program Chair of the Management of Complex Systems programs at the University of California, Merced. He's interested in the hows, whys, and whats of climate and weather. In his lab, his work spans many topics, from addressing questions on climate variability to understanding climate impacts on natural resources to developing climate data sets and tools. Thank you, Professor Abatsoglu, and we look forward to your presentation.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Drs. Maldonado and Foster, for the invitation. With my time today, what I'd like to do is to highlight some additional climate challenges that we are facing in terms of managing our land and fire. I don't have any solutions like some of the previous speakers here, but rather what I want to do is actually highlight the urgency for us to identify ecologically and culturally appropriate solutions. I'm a climatologist, and so I sort of look at things at fairly large scales. And one thing that we certainly see, not just in California, but across much of the globe, is that the climate is perhaps the largest interannual driver of fire activity in forested environments. We've seen an escalation in burned area in the forest in California over the past 4 to 5 decades. And we also see that the amount of burned area in our forested systems is very well linked to how warm and dry conditions are during the summer. One of the challenges or sort of the goals, right, is to sort of bend this curve that we see here. In other words, we want to basically level things out a bit, because the future basically holds warmer, drier, and longer fire seasons. If you sort of you take the contemporary context of fire management, the legacy of sort of past decisions, we can kind of see where we are heading. So with my time, I'm going to highlight 2 additional challenges that go beyond this idea of warmer and drier means more fire. And we've seen these sort of scenes play out in recent years. We're seeing these years where we have widespread fire activity, widespread fire danger occurring at the same time, right? And these sorts of scenes, like we saw last year and this year, ultimately tax suppression resources, right? We're seeing upwards of 25,000 personnel, equipment, etc., fighting fires. We're seeing the budget for the Forest Service go towards fire suppression, leaving very little in the tank for proactive solutions. This year, we actually sort of beat a previous record in terms of the most number of days that we were at the national preparedness level of 5. That's effectively, we've effectively tapped out national suppression resources for fire. And under those sorts of conditions, you're not only struggling to sort of, maintain your ability to suppress fires, but you're also reducing the efficacy for new ignitions. And those new ignitions may actually occur closer to values at risks, right? So what we are seeing play out is that the business of usual strategy of fire management is failing, and it's failing pretty quickly. So this recent study basically looked at a measure of compound extremes, right? It's not just that you have really high fire danger in one part of, say, California, but you actually have high fire danger over the entire Western United States. And we share resources between the Southwest and the Northwest in California during regional fire outbreaks. And the challenge is that when all regions sort of experience elevated fire danger, there's really limited ability to actually make headway. Looking at some of the observations over the past 4 decades, we've seen effectively a 25-day increase in these what we call synchronous fire weather extremes, days where we see high fire danger, high fire weather occur across broad portions of the forest of the West. The image that I'm showing you here on the left is about a day after the Creek Fire broke out. And about 2 days before the large fires broke out in Oregon that burned more area in Western Oregon that had burned in the previous 40 years. So the challenges, of course, from a management perspective is that there's limited resources to actually place on existing fire, and that we may actually, these sorts of situations may require us to use more managed fire. Obviously, that's a topic that would bring about some of the potential benefits that some of my peers mentioned before, and they may also alleviate the burden from a fire management perspective. There was some pushback on that, of course, this year. The climate projections suggest we should expect to see more of these sorts of days moving forward. So the other piece that I want to mention is that of course, this year we saw 2 fires traverse the Sierra Nevada, obviously, resulting in some impacts and also some good stories that came out of South Lake Tahoe. And not only are we seeing fires sort of reach new heights in terms of burned area in California, they're actually literally reaching new heights. We're seeing the fire area move uphill in general. So when we look at sort of just fire, changes in fire activity, burned area in forested portions of the Sierra Nevada, everywhere is increased more or less. When we stratify by elevation, we actually see the relatively larger proportion at higher elevation regions, right? These areas are more flammability limited. They have shorter fire seasons. They may not be able to support fire every year. And they've also missed sort of, fewer fire return intervals. They have longer fire return intervals. There's been a little bit less management, management and hence less buildup in those areas. So that's an interesting point. The general story here is, again, sort of, we've seen not just an increase in fire, but an uphill shift in sort of the center of mass in fire activity moving uphill. And we see that this relates decently with basically how warm and dry the fire seasons are. The hypothesis here is that we're seeing an erosion of the high elevation flammability barrier. And so this sort of adds to the idea that fire seasons are getting longer, but they're also, moving into territory that maybe wasn't always apt to burn as easily. And so that can create some potential challenges for management, given that these natural breaks and barriers for fire, may no longer be viable. So with that, I just want to end with those key points and highlight here that climate change is compounding a lot of the existing fire and land management challenges that we have on this landscape. And I want to turn it back to Dr. Foster, and thanks everybody for the time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batsoglu, Professor, and to all of our 4 panelists. Now, the bad news is we've got about 10 minutes to answer a multitude of questions. Really important questions have come over the Q&A. I'm going to try and get a question out to each person and ask you all to be brief if you can in your responses. Let me start with a 2-part question for Dr. Lake. And this is a pointed question that also has a little flip side. So I'm going to put 2 of them together here for you. Dr. Lake, a question came in. What is your response to claims that indigenous burning was small scale, localized to specific sites for specific resources, such as berry patches, but were relatively insignificant on the landscape scale, and thus cultural burning can be relatively ignored as part of historical fire regimes or as an ecosystem process. I'm going to pair that with another teaser question, which I think would appropriately goes to you, is there were about, I think, an estimated 3 million native Californians at their peak. Los Angeles alone has about 4 million, and the state is now at about 40 million in terms of our overall population. In what way can adopting native Californian mitigation work in this vastly different context help us? So a bit of a loaded two-part question.
Right. First, I want to address that often the part about the limited extent of indigenous burning is part of a broader colonial non-indigenous narrative. I think if you work directly with tribes, you do multiple lines of evidence and different disciplinary studies like I have from paleoclimate, fire history, archaeology, ethnography, you will actually see the extensiveness of indigenous burning across the landscape from the coast to the interior, from valleys to the higher LA areas. Yes, it wasn't everywhere, but it was in very specific areas, I think more than we under account for because of that prior narrative marginalizing often that extent of indigenous stewardship across the landscape. We often have population estimates that were done by early anthropologists that were after the initial diseases and then followed up by genocide by the Spanish and early Americans, particularly after the Civil War. So sometimes accounting for that human population density metric. In some cases in our rural areas, we have less people now than we do historically with tribal density. So are you talking about urbanized areas where you don't have, I mean, is downtown LA going to burn? Maybe not, but Santa Rosa did when it came from the green spaces or other places that we do. So where we have to look at the importance of where indigenous fire was particularly pointed within their historical wildland urban interface and how that information might be valuable to us in rural communities or in wildland urban interface today, then we have that ability to use a different cultural knowledge perspective and bring that to the table to think about how do we live with wildfire? Are we going to continually to suppress it? I think maybe we can see how successful that's been and where that's been getting us. Are we going to continue to manage for resilience? Do we have other ecosystem services and values that we favor, like water, food security? I think we can align all those if we're willing to work and listen to the tribes and think more strategically about where we would align our knowledge systems to do the most effective treatments to benefit both the tribes and our society. Thank you. You're muted, Anne. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Thanks. Here's one that I think may go to Bill Stewart or Roger Bales, so I'll ask whoever feels it's most appropriate to respond to. We have a question asking that the panel please address the partial reimbursement grants for private landowners of 20 plus acres from CAL FIRE and USDA and RCS in the rural WUI for property recovery, forest management, and fire prevention post-wildfire. The person who's put this question forth notes that she has used these for 4 years on her 20 plus forested acres in the Mayacamas Mountains above Sonoma and Napa, which was the site of the 2017 North Bay fires. And she finds that very few resident landowners of 20 to 300 acres of mixed conifer know about these. Do you have any strategies for getting the word out? Do you have any comments on this?
Yeah, I'll I'll try to answer that. There are a number of grants and cost share and technical assistance, but she's right. The truth is they're actually fairly difficult to apply for. They're fairly complicated. There's lots of transaction costs. You have to hire consultants just to do the paperwork. So I think, as we move forward, we need to figure out ways to streamline to getting basically post-fire restoration dollars out, especially to smaller landowners that don't have professionals on their, on staff like large timber companies. Because there's just a lot, especially in the Coast Range, a lot of smaller family-owned parcels are burning, and they're kind of stumped when this happens. They haven't done timber harvesting for a long time. They don't have full-time staff, but yet it's a large part of California. And often those acres are the ones that are in the WUI and kind of near communities like Santa Rosa and in the Napa Valley.
Great, thank you very much. All right, for Professor Bales, When you talk about restoration, are you referring to silvicultural practices like thinning or prescribed burning to reduce the severity of fires? Are there other restoration activities contemplated in the study?
Partnerships that I'm working with have been doing overstory thinning, understory thinning. So thinning is part of it. They do prescribed wildfire or prescribed fire, managed prescribed fire when they can. And of course, there is managed wildfire as a tool, and somehow we've got to be able to use managed wildfire if we're going to really increase the pace and scale. But right now, there's some constraints on doing that, because of the warming climate. So yeah, there's a range of tools that the silviculturalists prescribe. I don't get involved in the silviculture.
Okay, all right. For Dr. Stewart, is there a difference in the type of land managed by private and government? For example, how mountainous is the land?
Yeah, in California, the land the Forest Service owns, it is a little bit on average steeper, especially in the Coast Range and the Klamath Mountains. So it is a little bit steeper, but the productivity and the quality are much more similar than that. So in steep areas, it's a lot harder. You have to use different techniques to do management harvesting, more expensive cable logging systems, and sometimes helicopters, things like that. But there is a bias, but it's not black and white. They just kind of both, it's just a little bit steeper on average.
Okay, great. For Professor Batsoglu, why is it that the wildfire elevation level is rising?
Yeah, so there's a few different ideas, right? One is that a warming and drying climate basically allows those fuels at higher elevations that historically weren't able to carry fire as easily, now able to carry fire. A second idea, though, is that because we've seen an increase in fire and also settlement at lower elevations, there's sort of increased pressure to suppress there, allowing fire to basically carry a little bit easier at higher elevations. And then we've also seen some evidence of increased biomass productivity at higher elevations because we have warmer conditions. So all those three things in combination are leading to the result. And our results apply for basically all the mountainous regions in the West, not just the Sierra.
Great, thank you. For anyone on our panel, can you share more on best practices, especially the international ones mentioned? And we're in the last, 2 or 3 minutes of our time, I believe. So we'll make it a free for all. Best practices.
Yeah, I'd like to just point out one point. And, some of our earlier speakers talked about the need for more affordable housing. And one thing, British Columbia in 2009, they passed what was called the Wood First law that required all projects that were built with government money. They had the architects were first told to think about building with wood, and they were able to build 18-story dormitories for students on the University of British Columbia campus, 6 10-story office buildings. So there's just a lot of things to get some of that carbon out of the forest where it has a high chance of burning and putting it into long-lived wood products. And so we can also replace cement and steel that are, two of the hardest to abate sectors in terms of their CO2 emissions.
Great.
I just like to echo that it's about partnerships, and the landowners, the federal government is probably not going to have the resources to increase the pace and scale for the 20% of California that is managed by the national forests, and there's more by the national parks. So we need these partnerships to look to creatively bring revenue sources and ideas to get done the thinning and restoration activities that provide sustainable solutions for the region and for multiple benefits.
Thank you. And I believe Dr. Lake has some comments. Sorry, I didn't see your hand up.
Yeah, and the reality check for us is in order to be pace and scale, we have to really work on workforce training.
Yep.
We have a lack of skilled labor workforce out there who can do ecological restoration. So you have someone on a feller buncher, timber harvesting, tree harvesting unit who needs to be able to tell you what a sugar pine is from a true fir or a grand fir. That can make the distinction between a black oak, a white oak, or a tan oak. You need to have a skilled workforce who is running a chainsaw to do your manual understory thinning, who can discern between your drought tolerant, fire adapted vegetation and those that aren't, or your rare endemics like brewer spruce at higher elevations. That even goes for your firefighting workforce. They're firefighters, they're fire personnel. They need to be retooled and retrained to be able to look at how within a full suppression, confine, and contain strategy, you can still honor the cohesive strategy, look at resiliency and heterogeneity considerations for drought adaptation and climate resiliency, but also suppress the fire to protect valued resources and infrastructure at risk and protect life and property, but also achieve where you're not deferring a risk and looking forward to a more manageable fire situation across your landscape. We need the workforce, and we need the workforce to be ecologically and culturally astute and trained to be able to do the work that we're wanting of them.
Exactly. I think that may be a bigger constraint than the financing at this point.
Great. All righty. I think we're getting close to the end of our time. I want to tell you what a pleasure it was to be your moderator. I learned a lot. I'm a physician, but I'm a physician with a very strong interest in climate change and the impact on the health of populations and the impact of populations on climate and natural resources. I also want to let our audience know today that I received also a number of thank yous and comments related to Dr. Frank and the inclusion of the Indigenous perspective in this panel, which I highly echo. Thank you so much to each of our panelists. At UC Health, our North Star is health equity, and I know that the university, our search for the truth and moving forward, equity at all levels is a core principle to our work. Thank you all, and it's been my pleasure to moderate this session, and thank you, Dr. Maldonado. I'll hand it off to you.
Dr. Maldonado, you are currently muted.
I try to catch myself on those things. Thank you so much, Anne. What an outstanding panel. Thank you so much for that conversation. Our final panel is being moderated by Dr. Marjorie Zatz, who is the Interim Vice Chancellor for Research and Economic Development at UC Merced. Dr. Zatz joined UC Merced in July 2014 as the first full-time Vice Provost and Dean of Graduate Education. Previously, she was a professor at Arizona State, where she's also served as Director of the School of Justice Studies, Associate Dean of the Graduate School, and Vice Provost for Academic Personnel. For a couple of years, she served at the National Science Foundation, where she directed the Law and Social Sciences program. Dr. Zatz.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. It's great to be here. This has been such a wonderful conference all day. I really enjoyed hearing the presentations and the dialogue and discussion. This builds on our earlier two symposia, and I just think they keep getting better and better as we go along. So this is exciting. In this panel, we're going to focus particularly on the differential vulnerabilities to natural disasters across communities, as well as thinking about their adaptive capacities to withstand and recover from those disasters, specifically wildfires and their ramifications. So, for example, farm workers and others who must work outside, firefighters, migrant communities, regardless of whether they're working indoors or outdoors, Indigenous communities, those living in poverty, may all experience disparate impacts from wildfires and their effects. So we're looking really seriously here at local solutions, at community planning, information sharing, community actions that are possible that are related to wildfire prevention, mitigation, and recovery. It is my honor to start us off by introducing Secretary Karen Ross. Secretary Ross was appointed Secretary of the California Department of Food and Agriculture in January of 2019. She has unparalleled leadership experience in agricultural issues, including environmental stewardship, climate change adaptation, and trade. I've had the pleasure of being in several meetings with her and just really have tremendous admiration for the way that she pulls things together, looking at the state level and really working with researchers to better things for all of us. So Secretary Ross, let me turn things over to you. Thank you.
Dr. Zatz, thank you very much. And it is such an honor to be invited to be here. I always tell people it's nice to be invited. And I'm especially enthusiastic about the importance of what UC Cooperative Extension does. It makes such a difference in the lives of my constituents, farmers and ranchers, and the people who work within agriculture, because we learn a lot about what needs to be done on campus, but the translation of that to the practical application to landowners, operators, and those who live in the local community is done so well by UC Cooperative Extension. So thank you so much for including me today. I'm going to be as brief as I possibly can be, which people who know me know that's hard for me to do. And just talk a little bit about what is happening in agriculture, the role of CDFA, so that we can get to our speakers who have so much to bring to this discussion about the equity issues, which are so critical to how we can move forward together for a much better future with a changing climate and the issues like drought and wildfire that we're facing. I believe that the impacts we've seen within the agricultural community just underscore the importance of our work of climate smart agricultural practices to really build up the resiliency of agriculture, and that informs much of what we need to do throughout our watersheds. The one thing we've learned is that it's great to do things one farm at a time, but thinking about landscape and ecosystems and that larger context is especially important. We at our agency are focused on that. And one of the steps that we've taken is making an investment to have climate smart ag community educators that are really focused on not only helping the industry at large understand what climate smart agriculture is, but reaching those hard to reach communities, those new beginning farmers, those historically underserved farmers, those farmers where English is not their first language, giving them hands-on experience and actually helping them apply for the hundreds of millions of dollars that, if the governor signs the budget this week, will be available for healthy soils and for on-farm water use efficiency, for pollinator habitats, and for conservation planning on their farms. That's step number one. Number two, based on what we've seen in recent fires, and this was mentioned by the previous panel, which I had a chance to listen to most of that, these fires are more and more impacting us down on the valley floor. They're not just up in the upper watershed, although what happens there is critical to what is happening. And we saw that going back with Santa Rosa as a city that had devastation within the city. We also know vegetation management is critical. That is a role that our ranchers and our cattle sector can play, in addition to those goats and sheep that we love to put on the landscape. Vegetation management can create that buffer around our suburban and urban areas. And irrigated agriculture can be a part of that as well. But when you are a vineyard in our North Coast countries and your infrastructure is burning, that includes some of that irrigation infrastructure as well. So these are things that we've learned from and have to continue to move from. I'm going to touch on several things that I hope our other speakers will be able to elaborate on, is how we've been impacted and how actually our COVID-19 has really helped lift up how do we reach these hard to reach communities, starting with the essential workers, our farm workers. Cal OSHA in 2019 set new health and safety standards for smoke inhalation and actually increased the requirement without knowing that in 2019, when we required every farm worker to have access to an N95 respirator, that we would be competing with healthcare workers and others. And in the state of California in 2020, everyone practically in every corner of the state was impacted by that smoke. And so there was huge competition for that. We were able to, working through our ag commissioners, do distribution. We used the reserves that the state had built up to make sure that our farm workers had access to that. We also have to think about when it's not safe for farm workers to be out. Every farmer is thinking about that. There's still much work to be done about when they can safely be working under those circumstances and what we're doing to mitigate the impact on our farm workers. And the Ag Pass is a piece of legislation that's passed. It's going to formalize what some counties, starting with Ventura, followed by Butte and Sonoma County, are doing with what is safe access, what activities, especially to care for animals and livestock, irrigation, and when it's appropriate, harvest activities. These are things we're still working on, but these are things that we're impacted by. How do we reach those hard to reach communities, especially in our rural areas where language is a barrier? Another lesson from COVID-19, How many languages do we have to be paying attention to make sure that when evacuation is necessary, whether it's for fire or for high temperature days or for power shutdowns, how are we reaching those communities? Listos is a new text messaging way of reaching hard to reach communities. It's operated through our Office of Emergency Services. And it's just one tool for us to be thinking about. In addition to partnering more closely with all of the community-based organizations who specialize in reaching particular languages and ethnic communities. I also think it's important for us to think about how ag is connected to the bigger economy in rural areas. It's not just what we're harvesting, it's agritourism, and especially in wine country. Last year, they estimated a $3.7 billion loss. What does this mean for tourism? What does this mean for hospitality? Many farm workers, families, have a number of their family members or spouses who are working in the hospitality industry. And so that has a compounding effect for everybody that's working in those communities. I'm going to close with remembering something that's very important for all of us, and that is the stress, the additional layers of stress and the impacts to mental health. The farmers, the ranchers, the farm workers, the people who live in these communities. I think last year with COVID and then the extensive days of wildfire smoke that literally covered the valley floor, added to that, one of the little talked about issues that happened last year is what the impact of that wildfire smoke had on the valley floor to photosynthesis and the delays in the ripening and getting to full quality maturation for our crops. In addition to wildfire smoke that has gotten a lot of attention for what that means to our wine sector. I was in a session with former Governor Jerry Brown 2 years ago, and he heard the specialist from UC Davis talking about the chemistry of wildfire smoke and wildfire taint. And he said it made climate change look almost simple in comparison. Looking forward to the discussion with the rest of my committee member or my panel members here. And I really thank you for this opportunity to introduce just a surface touch of the role of agriculture and the importance of thinking about the people in our rural communities and those that are hardest to reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Ross. That was excellent. And I really appreciate your bringing up lessons learned from COVID that are so applicable here as we're talking about the essential workers and vulnerable communities. I want to next introduce Professor Beth Rose Middleton. Beth Rose is an assistant professor in the Department of Native American Studies at UC Davis. Her research focuses on Native environmental policy and Native activism for site protection using conservation tools. She's looking at the broader research issues of intergenerational trauma and healing, rural agricultural justice, indigenous analysis of climate change, Afro-Indigeneity, and qualitative GIS. Now, as a socio-legal scholar myself, it was just such a treat to see that, in her slides that she's going to be talking about different forms of justice. We'll try to do a quick lesson here on procedural and distributive and other forms of justice for everybody, learning how those play out in discussions of environmental and climate justice. So Beth Rose, on to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. It's truly an honor to follow Secretary Ross and all of the other wonderful speakers. This first photo is the picture of a home burning in Indian Falls in the Dixie Fire just a month or so ago. And I pulled this from media, and I'm sensitive to the fact that this is someone's home, so I don't have a lot of images like this, but I bring it up to show that this is deeply affecting people. Many people are still homeless from the Dixie Fire. We have been talking about environmental justice and climate justice this morning, but I'm not sure if we've seen a definition yet. So as reflected in Executive Order 12898 and various other policy and legislation, we're really thinking about inclusion, fair treatment, meaningful involvement with respect to development of environmental law, regulation, and policy, both involvement in the process as well as the benefits and harms resulting from environmental law and policy. And when we are definitely certainly in an era of climate justice and seeing extreme climate injustices in which certain populations, certain groups of people are disproportionately affected by climate change, including climate change that contributes to extreme fire behavior. Rural environmental justice, as Dr. Bales brought up earlier, is a little more difficult to track than environmental justice writ large. We have tools that help us understand environmental justice impacts and affected communities in urban areas and in the Central Valley of California, but these tools are very much less precise when it comes to rural California, particularly forested areas that are very vulnerable to wildfire. Some of the rural environmental justice issues in these regions include diffuse impacts of extraction, often non-point source pollution from mining activity, from historic logging and timber processing, and other rural industrial development. There are hidden populations that are vulnerable. These may be undocumented people, low-income people, people without cars, or even means of communication. And so getting to them and getting them out when there's a wildfire situation is extremely difficult. There are perceptions in smaller communities of being lower priority for suppression because of a small number of people, maybe aging infrastructure, maybe lower valued homes. Still, these are tight and important communities, but there's definitely a perception of being lower priority. Reduced access to services, medical services, good roads, ability to evacuate, etc. And then people that are disproportionately socioeconomically impacted by forest policy. So when there is a project that can't go forward for thinning, for example, maybe there's a change in employment, it's a local, small, rural forested community where most of the job loss occurs, and then the associated impacts on schools and other infrastructure. Rural Indigenous environmental justice is another category. It's important to separate this out, that for Indigenous populations, environmental justice is rooted in the seizure of tribal lands, and that has ramifications into the present in terms of reduced ability to implement stewardship and restoration on homelands that are within other jurisdictions, federal, state, private. Vulnerability and adaptive capacity are really two sides of the same coin, whether or not you're most likely to be impacted, and can you respond to, withstand, and recover from a natural disaster such as a fire. And this could depend on poverty and income, age. Often older populations have been heavily impacted by wildfire. Social networks, do you have someone to pick you up if you don't have a car and there's a fire approaching? And are you a renter or an owner, and what's the value of your home? That pertains to the safety net if your home is lost in a fire. This is a wonderful study that was done by my colleague Crystal Colden at UC Merced, looking at real intensive community organizing and collaboration in Montecito. I think it's an excellent example of socio-ecological approaches to dealing with vulnerability. There's a great example of multi-level agency community collaboration to do community-wide hazardous fuel reduction. So eliminating the concerns that certain homeowners or renters or folks living there have more ability to do the home hardening by making it a community-wide effort, engaging in community level planning, and then investing in information sharing to really plan effectively for emergency response. Building adaptive capacity can also emerge from communities. This is a wonderful example on the top, Karuk traditional burning, tribal-led implementation of prescribed fire to increase the resiliency of landscapes. On the bottom right, Sogorea-Te Land Trust in the East Bay, so in a more urban area, building a culturally based emergency response hub to service people in times of disaster. There are many ways to think about adaptive capacity and how we build it. The Capitals Framework, I draw on the work of Jonathan Kuzel from the Sierra Institute for Community and Environment, which splits up community capacity, which really maps well onto adaptive capacity, into these 6 dimensions, which we have talked about: physical, the infrastructure; financial, the assets in the community or available to the community; the resources, timber, water, etc., the human, the training, the workforce development; the cultural, beliefs and norms; and then social, the ability to work together. And that enables a community to respond to stress, seize opportunities, and meet the needs of residents. I'm working on a paper right now with Carmen Tubasing and Denise Martinez and John Battles, looking at an integrative design to build adaptive capacity, very intentionally including in diverse populations, diverse by age, gender, income level, ethnicity, in each step of the process, which may sound simple, but really requires a lot of intention. Many of the forest collaboratives, as wonderful as they are not necessarily diverse. And real attention to diversity requires investment to make sure people can afford to come to the table and bring their experience to engage in the process. The integrative design also includes a long-term commitment, supporting local leadership, looking at multiple benefits of projects, ecological, economic, social, cultural, a project that fits all of those co-benefits, and really centering tribes, recognizing tribal expertise in planning and implementation, and directly talking about and trying to address injustices in land tenure. So a few reflections. Among rural census tracts, there's a very high number of low-income populations, which may be hidden. And low income often translates to high vulnerability across a range of factors. But I want to make sure we're also thinking about assets and the strengths that are embedded in communities, whether or not they're low incoming, which could include knowledge of the ecosystem and of local resource stewardship, familiarity with how to get out if there is a disaster, a tight social network, maybe multi-generations of families in one place, and a high capacity for building local community-based support structures to help people throughout the community respond to a disaster. So I'll leave you with a question. Given the destruction of communities that we've seen in this fire season thus far, and I'm talking about rural forested communities in the Sierra, Grizzly Flat in the Caldor Fire, Greenville, Canyon Dam, Indian Falls in the Dixie Fire, how can we focus on investing in community assets, in those strengths that are there to support rebuilding fire-hardened communities with embedded integrated systems of adaptive capacity and resilience? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Middleton. That was really excellent. I want to remind everyone that if you've got questions, you can put them into the Q&A and we'll queue them up for later on when we get to that. Next, I want to build on Professor Middleton's presentation and introduce Professor Michael Mendez. Michael is an assistant professor of social ecology at UC Irvine, and his research focuses on the implications of climate change policy on environmental justice communities at scales ranging from the local to the global, including the disparate impacts of wildfire on undocumented migrants and the politics of incorporating environmental justice into global climate change policy. So today he's going to talk about a case study of environmental justice issues as they relate to migrant communities. And I think you'll agree that this follows very nicely from Beth Rose's broader, more theoretical analysis and lets us hone in on specific disparate impacts. Let me also make sure people know of a couple of Michael's most recent publications. He's got a new book from Yale University Press called Climate Change from the Streets: How Conflict and Collaboration Strengthen the Environmental Justice Movement, and a 2020 article directly relevant to this on the invisible victims of disaster, understanding the vulnerability of undocumented Latino, Latina, and Indigenous immigrants, published in GeoForum. So with that, Professor Mendez, you're on.
Great. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. And thank you for that warm introduction. It's such an honor to be here. And thank you for UCOP for sponsoring this great event. And I'm glad I went after the secretary and Professor Beth Rose, who provided a broader context of environmental justice and injustice related to disaster and wildfires. And in my research, we talked a lot about these hidden invisible populations, particularly because in California, we, as many of you know, we're experiencing a major climate change crisis. In the last several years, millions of people have been impacted by multiple disasters, fires, blackouts, heat waves, drought, hazardous air quality, a deep economic recession, and of course, the ever-present COVID-19 pandemic. These compounding of disasters have cascading health, social, and economic impacts. And due to existing structural inequality, these impacts are disproportionately affecting low-income people of color. In essence, wildfires in California are not isolated disasters. They often compound with other hazards. or as colleagues in the field of public health call, syndemics, which they describe as multiple linked illnesses that intersect with other hazards. So now more than ever, it is crucial to understand how these events amplify existing inequalities and how to lessen the resulting harms, particularly in the context of extreme wildfire impacts to undocumented Latino and Indigenous migrants. Given their social status, undocumented Latino and Indigenous migrants are particularly vulnerable to disasters such as wildfire and require special consideration in disaster planning. They are disproportionately affected by racial discrimination, exploitation, economic hardships, less English and Spanish proficiency, and fear of deportation in their everyday lives, their pre-disaster marginalized status. In my community engaged research, we often argue if you really want to tackle disaster risk reduction, it starts with the social integration of migrants before a disaster hits. That's including them to be full members of our society and have capacity to thrive in our society. And understanding that disaster only exacerbates existing inequalities and marginalization. So in essence, when wildfires, extreme wildfire events happen, undocumented immigrants often feel a hyper-marginalization status. Our research in Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Sonoma County shows that undocumented migrants are rendered invisible in the context of public policy because of systemic racism and cultural norms of who is considered a worthy disaster victim. Moreover, political choices are being made that prioritize some lives over others. This community engaged research that we first did in the Central Coast of California has been welcomed and presented at various local, state, and international events, including the United Nations Migrant Agency, at the federal level, NOAA, and then at the state level of the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. As mentioned earlier today, climate change is making wildfire season longer and more severe. Moreover, 17 of the 20 largest wildfires by acreage in California have occurred since 2000. In Sonoma County, an epicenter of wildfires and a bastion of California's high-end wine industry, has suffered multiple years of extreme wildfire events that have been ranked in the top 5 and top 20 for the most destructive and deadly wildfires in California's history. Cumulatively, they have burned nearly 1 million acres, destroyed over 12,000 structures, and caused 34 deaths. While climate scientists expect wildfires to become more frequent and severe, it's important to explore how some people and communities are more affected by these events than others. In California, as I mentioned, while many of these fire-prone areas are largely populated by higher income groups, they also include hundreds of thousands of low-income individuals who lack the resources to prepare or recover from fire. These numbers will likely surge according to the California Fourth Climate Assessment Report, which projects that the state's wildfire burn area may increase by 77% by the end of the century. The state of California, however, does not have a comprehensive analysis of wildfire based on social vulnerability or demographic data. As Beth Roth mentioned earlier, in her presentation, such outcomes occurring during and after wildfires have major environmental justice implications, in that certain populations, due to their socioeconomic status, must live with the disproportionate share of environmental impacts and suffer the related public health and quality of life burdens. Moreover, in our research, we investigate how human identities such as gender, class, race, indigeneity, and immigration status intersect with wildfire disaster. Sonoma County has been an epicenter for extreme wildfire events and environmental injustice in the state. Media outlets, governments, and scholars across the country, however, have largely focused on the loss of coastal and hillside mansions and impacts to wealthy landowners and farmers. The Sonoma fires, however, not only destroyed expensive properties and crops, but it also endangered the health and livelihood of thousands of undocumented migrants. California is home to an estimated 2.5 million undocumented migrants, many of whom are farm workers or are employed in service jobs such as housekeeping and landscaping. In Sonoma County, undocumented individuals are estimated to account for more than 7% of the population, or 32,000 people. Governments in California, in particular, have often overlooked the needs of indigenous farm workers and migrant families in developing disaster plans. Sonoma County is home to a growing indigenous Mexican population. It is estimated that 12,000 indigenous people from southern Mexico live and work in Sonoma County. Concentrated in labor-intensive sectors such as row crops and wine grapes, indigenous migrants perform an increasing amount of the arduous labor, which contributes to the profitability and affordability of fresh fruits, vegetables, and wine. In particular, indigenous Mexican people in Sonoma County are culturally and linguistically isolated. Many are illiterate, and some speak neither Spanish nor English, but only their native language, Mixteco, Triqui, Maya, or Chatino. It is important to note that indigenous Mexican people are not Hispanic or Latino, but indigenous. They are often homogenized with Latino communities, and this has dire implications in disaster planning. While disaster relief efforts in the Sonoma fires have largely been praised as effective, migrant workers were especially impacted from the fires due to the loss of employment, violations of occupational health and safety standards, the lack of evacuation information in their native languages, confusion about eligibility for disaster relief services, and poor infrastructure and housing in migrant communities. Undocumented migrants' socioeconomic situation is usually precarious. However, the wildfire disaster intensified their already difficult situation. The Sonoma fires, moreover, revealed how undocumented migrants and those with seasonal work visas require special consideration in disaster planning. These individuals are often afraid to seek help and restitution during and after a wildfire for fear of deportation. Undocumented migrants are also unable to access disaster relief services because of language barriers and prohibition from accessing federal and some state disaster assistance programs. Moreover, the lack of occupational health and safety standards or the enforcement are a key concern as intensifying wildfires collide with harvest season each year. In particular, undocumented farm workers are shouldering the burden of protecting Sonoma's wine grapes from smoke and ash. Fine particulate matter, PM 2.5 from wildfire smoke, which is a toxic mix of heavy metals and other chemicals from burning structures and other objects, can be several times more harmful to human respiratory health than PM particulate matter from other sources such as car exhaust. While the annual mean level of PM 2.5 has declined over the decades due to implementation of strong air quality policies to reduce emissions from controllable sources, the frequency and severity of smoke events from PM 0.25 exceedances has increased significantly in California due to wildfires. Since 2015 in Northern California, the annual mean PM 2.5 has increased as a result of extreme wildfire events, and these events have overtaken as the main source of PM 2.5 exceedances. The harm due to wildfire smoke to farm workers, moreover, may be greater than previously thought, bolstering the argument for additional research and policies to safeguard the most vulnerable and stigmatized populations. So really briefly, here are some of the key findings that we have seen, at least in Sonoma County, as well as in the Central Coast of California, that there's really an uneven N95 mask implementation throughout the state. There's often improper monitoring of the air quality index. There's no real-time mobile air quality indexes that is being used. Often the air quality index is being measured by stationary air quality monitors that are miles away from the work site. There's a lot of vague statewide guidance for implementation of worker health and safety, and access verification permits. These are permits that are allowing farm owners, employers, supervisors to allow farm workers to enter into mandatory evacuation zones that are considered hazardous to the rest of the population. And it allows farm workers to work in these hazardous conditions. And farm owners and employers often have no emergency disaster plans of how to extract and transport individuals should the air quality get very hazardous or fire should overrun the site. There's often no post-exposure health tests for farm workers that are laboring in these mandatory evacuation zones. And oftentimes we've heard from many farm workers that there's inadequate field sanitation, that they can use to wash themselves and also have sanitation to protect themselves from COVID-19. And then finally, Cal OSHA has a limited staff. There are only 26 Spanish-speaking field investigators in the entire state of California. And as far as we know, and from the data that Cal OSHA has, there are no Cal OSHA staff that speaks any of the Mexican indigenous languages. So thank you for this opportunity to speak with you about these important policy issues affecting undocumented migrants and farm workers, and look forward to talking to you more about equity-focused disaster research and policies. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Michael. It was wonderful. And now I'd like to turn to our final panelist, Julia Stein. Julia is a supervising attorney in the Frank Wells Environmental Law Clinic, and she's project director of the Emmett Institute on Climate Change and Environment at the UCLA School of Law. Her research focuses on environmental litigation, regulatory compliance, and land use practice, including litigation of complex environmental cases in state and federal court. She advises clients on compliance with state and federal environmental regulations and assists them with land use entitlement and developmental processes. Julia, without further ado, I want to turn things over to you, and then we'll open it up to the whole panel for discussion. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Zatz, for that kind introduction, and thanks to VP Maldonado as well for the invitation. I'm really glad in this last presentation to be able to call us back to Assemblymember Bloom's remarks at the beginning of the day, highlighting the importance of wildfire prevention work and local community efforts. So during the fall of 2020, UCLA Law's California Environmental Legislation and Policy Clinic focused in on this set of issues, working to propose a set of best practices that could be adopted by local governments in Southern California to address wildfire prevention and management concerns that are particular to that region. And that's the work that I'd like to talk to you a little bit about today. So in the clinic, my students and I work with California legislators and their staffs to advance environmental policy goals. And in the fall of 2020, a team of 3 students, including 2, Lisa Arbitman and Shauna Strecker, who you might have seen during the Q&A with Assemblymember this morning, collaborated with State Senator Henry Stern's office to explore options for equitable, community-focused wildfire mitigation and prevention in Southern California. So the impetus for this research was really twofold. First, the vast majority of wildfire dedicated state expenditures have historically been directed at suppression efforts, so putting out fires that have already started. While we were keenly aware of the importance of suppression efforts, we also knew that, as Assemblymember Bloom pointed out this morning, prevention efforts had been historically under-resourced. And with the effects of a changing climate lengthening the wildfire season and creating risky weather conditions, we knew prevention efforts would play an important role in the future alongside suppression. Second, prevention funding has historically resourced forest management efforts that are generally more relevant to Northern California ecosystems and geographies. The result has been a relative dearth of resources for efforts specific to Southern California. But Southern California has also been home to some of the largest and most destructive blazes in recent memory. So, for example, a Thomas Fire in 2017, the Woolsey Fire in 2018. The starting point for the research was an awareness that ecosystems, weather, topography, and geography in Southern California are unique and can require different approaches than those taken in Northern California. So we knew we wanted to explore a local approach that could be tailored to Southern California's unique landscape, and that would draw on the strengths of successful community level efforts that have been modeled both in California and in other states. And in that mindset, the team developed recommendations around practices that wildfire experts agree are key to successful prevention efforts. So home hardening, defensible space, community education, and field treatment. And talking to wildfire experts, from firefighters to state agency officials to academics, we identified a few key barriers to local prevention efforts. The first is that legal requirements for home hardening and defensible space are typically enforced on a property-by-property basis and aren't universally applied. Accordingly, the team started strategizing about ways to improve the herd immunity of communities by focusing on a neighborhood-level approach that could be applied throughout the community. The second is that individual community members don't always have the knowledge or the resources to effectively engage in prevention efforts. The team wanted to build on existing programs to deliver equitable, accessible community engagement and education. And the third is that as the climate changes, prevention efforts are increasingly important, but will also create increasing logistical challenges. So the team started thinking about ways we could learn more about what works best in Southern California and promote proven strategies. And I'll say a little bit more about each of these issues. So enforcement of home hardening and defensible space requirements occurs on a property by property basis, but risks really bear out at a neighborhood level. For example, even though newer homes that were subject to more recent home hardening standards were more likely to have survived the Thomas Fire, non-compliant properties still placed entire neighborhoods at risk. But retrofits to meet newer home hardening standards can be expensive, and not all property owners have the financial wherewithal to undertake a voluntary retrofit or even to complete required brush clearance in some cases. And while enforcement of risk prevention measures have focused on individual properties, approaches to risk zones haven't been that granular and have not clearly identified neighborhood level risks. So while wide swaths of land can be designated as high fire hazard severity zones, there may be particular topographical conditions like small valleys that can act as wind tunnels to exacerbate fire that impact individual neighborhoods differently. A few tactics can be deployed to build neighborhood herd immunity. Under-resourced property owners can be supported through matching grant programs and partnerships with existing programs like Habitat for Humanity. And new risk mapping and data collection technologies mean that we're more equipped than ever before to try to understand neighborhood level risks and work to manage them. Community prevention efforts will require accessible and engaging education. Information is available, but not in equal measure to all community members. Sometimes key information is only available online, or there are language barriers to access. And although research shows that interactive educational resources are the most effective, much prevention-related information is unidirectional. In this space, additional funding could allow communities to augment their existing efforts, drawing on proven strategies. So demonstrations and events help people understand what a hardened home looks like or how to holistically manage brush by clearing non-native plants and planting native fire-resistant foliage. Using multiple channels of communication and removing language barriers allows for maximum reach. And community brush management chipper days and the like help neighbors feel connected in the project of wildfire prevention. And finally, even as wildfire season expands and fuel management becomes a year-round effort, the window is growing shorter each year for use of fuel management techniques like prescribed burning, which require very specific weather conditions to be permitted and enough personnel to be safely undertaken. And the use of prescribed burning at all can be controversial, particularly in Southern California chaparral ecosystems where wind-driven fire can move aggressively. Effective fuel management will require local authorities to expand the time frame for property inspections, but trained personnel will be called away to fight fires more of the year too, so communities would benefit from training and effective inspection and management techniques. And as the use of prescribed burning expands in the northern part of the state, there are lessons that will be directly relevant to Southern California's forested areas, but more study is needed to understand the impacts of this kind of fuel treatment on chaparral and other ecosystems more common to Southern California. So since the team's work wrapped in November of 2020, there have been a couple of exciting developments on the state level. In mid-2021, Governor Newsom signed SB 85, which made about $500 million of funding available specifically for wildfire prevention and mitigation. That funding has been augmented by an additional nearly $1 billion in the budget that was passed this session. And just a couple of weeks ago, the legislature passed a bill Senator Stern introduced, SB 63, which provides additional pathways to fund local governments and organizations looking to implement some of these strategies that we've just discussed. We're continuing to explore the multifaceted and disproportionate impacts of wildfires in our clinic too. Through a semester, one team of students is researching the impacts of wildfire-related poor air quality, which Professor Mendez spoke about earlier, on outdoor laborers like farm workers, many of whom hail from communities that already bear the burdens of climate change disproportionately. And the team's goal is to propose improved labor standards that would mitigate the worst effects of this pollution. So I'll leave it there, but I'm looking forward to the Q&A.
Great, thank you so much. So, of course, as always happens in symposiums, we've run a little bit late, but we want to have some time for a few questions. And let me start it off by taking one of the questions that Beth Rose ended with and turning it to all of our panelists. How do we better reach, support, and empower different communities so that they can take the kinds of actions that they think are most critical, that they see as most important to protect themselves and the land, which they may or may not have actual legal authority over. So let me throw that out more broadly as a question for anyone who wants to answer it. And then
I'll just start from a policy perspective. And again, I hate to repeat myself over and over, but the learning lessons from COVID, which has been a crisis, also gives us opportunities to really build upon. And so I think the direct state investment and funding community-based organizations to reach our hardest to reach communities is a very important thing to build upon. There has been an increased volume of philanthropic dollars over the last decade, but especially the last 5 years, flowing to community-based organizations and capacity building within our rural communities that I'm most familiar with, especially around climate. I think our investments in programs like Transformational Climate Communities has also added an additional layer of recognizing the importance of building local capacity. And so the state's been intentional about some of that. And we've been bolder in saying we will invest some of our dollars, and immigration status is irrelevant. We are all people, we all share this space, and we all need to be working together to protect the most vulnerable for all of us to be safe.
That's terrific. Thank you, Secretary Ross. Does anyone else want to add to that? Comments?
I think the only thing that I would add is just that communication is going to be key to deploying some of these resources that the state is now making available. So there's been a big move to provide more funding for prevention and mitigation, for example, in the last year, and that's fabulous. But, you know, as we heard mentioned in other panels today, folks don't always know how to access or have the capacity to access those resources. And that can be particularly true of, you know, certain low-income communities and rural communities throughout the state. So part of the effort will be making sure that folks know about and are capable of accessing those resources to deploy in their communities.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think the state had to make some key advances in having more equitable disaster planning, but the state can always do better. And we've seen that advances that had happened, particularly on undocumented migrants, have been because of these social movements. Migrant rights organizations, the California Legislative Latino Caucus, pressuring the governor's office and state regulators to do better and provide more expansive and inclusive disaster planning. Because again, these individuals are rendered invisible. They're not invisible. They've been in these communities for decades, a vital source. But it hasn't been until recently, because of this political pressure from social movements, again, the Latino Legislative Caucus, to ensure that these issues are discussed and provided for these communities more thoroughly.
Great. So a couple of vulnerable populations that we haven't really been discussing explicitly that I'd like to turn to are firefighters who are at great risk of smoke exposure and respiratory illnesses that follow, and also the senior population, the elderly, and particularly those who are in senior living facilities and hospitals. Does anyone want to speak to what we can do to address the disproportionate impacts on those communities and the healthcare costs associated with how we're approaching wildfire fighting?
I might mention that often in rural communities, firefighters are from those same communities and have lost their homes even as they're firefighting. So I wanted to mention earlier too, the basic needs response. Office of Emergency Services is key, as is FEMA, but it's really the network of community-based groups that is the initial response that's supporting firefighters and their families, as well as the elderly and diverse members of the community. So how do we provide more support for those entities that do the immediate response when people don't have a home and they're still going out firefighting?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I do, if people are not familiar with the Master Plan on Aging, it was worked on in 1919 and was released in 2020. And it's really is a very thoughtful and comprehensive document. And it does take into consideration cost of living and lifestyle have brought more and more seniors into these remote rural areas. So it's everything from food access in regular times, in addition to, do we have the infrastructure in place to assist this community with the sheer number of evacuations that they're facing and some of the situations that have happened because of wildfire.
And I'd add also that since I'm a criminologist, many times we also have inmates out there as firefighters. And we like to think that this is a way for them to get a good skill that they can use afterwards, but it's also disproportionately harmful to them. So to that end, we had a question about where the law needs to catch up. You know, we're working in a lot of different areas in here, but the law often, legal change often lags behind social change. So Julia or Secretary Ross or others, where do you think that we need legal action here?
Of course, I would defer to the secretary to speak first if she has thoughts on this, but I mean, there are so many different areas, I think, where legal change would be helpful. And we've seen some action in the last legislative session alone, you know, around concepts of home hardening and defensible space in the WUI and how you really apply those in communities. We know that the focus has been on property by property management in the past, and we also know that, you know, there's no required retrofit for structures that are older in the WUI to which those standards don't apply, and that can affect, you know, the herd immunity of a community in the WUI. And so, you know, thinking about that and how you manage property and defensible space in the WUI and where you decide to build or rebuild after a fire are all, you know, important considerations for the legislature. And then, you know, along the lines of the work that Professor Mendez has been doing, you know, there are all sorts of questions around, we have labor standards for outdoor workers, but, you know, the enforcement has lagged. Are they really strong enough? I think there's plenty of room to ask those questions and to make changes to the law to make sure that those groups are effectively protected.
Thank you. So we are running out of time, but let me ask as just a last question. You've been hearing lots of things about research from the UC community and others. What else do we need to be working on? What are the most pressing issues that UC faculty and researchers might help to provide data, research, analysis on to inform equitable policy in the next 2 to 5 years? We've had almost 350 people on today watching us. What are our next steps?
I'm just going to jump in here where I started today, and that is I'm going to leave it up to the pros to say where the data gaps that we need to address. But I am going to say investing in lots of new knowledge and data is not helpful unless we have the extension of that to end users in culturally and language appropriate ways to make sure that we can practically apply it and equip people and communities to act upon it. I guess that's a plug for cooperative extension.
Yeah. A good plug. Anyone else? Okay, Dr. Maldonado's popped on, which means we are out of time. I'm so glad the way we organized things today that we had a chance to really talk about some of the social health and psychological, economic, cultural costs today, and to really dig into that from more social and cultural perspectives. So thank you so much to our wonderful speakers. You really did a fabulous job, and to our audience who's come out today. Dr. Maldonado, let me turn things over to you, and thank you again for this great session.
All I can say is wow. A lot. Thank you, Dr. Zatz, Secretary Ross, and our UC panelists. That was just amazing. Just quickly, thank you all for joining us today. Our 3-part series of symposia is just the tip of the iceberg, and you can see all 3 symposia online. They're archived. UC has literally hundreds of researchers from literally all disciplines who work on different aspects of wildfire with great passion and sense of purpose. Brought together, our hope is to make more substantive impacts on understanding this wicked problem, to offer research-informed strategies and solutions, to address the disproportionate impact on vulnerable communities and populations, and above all, to save lives. Stay tuned as you will hear more from us in a coordinated, holistic approach to the broader issue of climate change solutions. Thank you again for being here and have a great day.